From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's get it going on a Wednesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we get started with what we learned about the NFL last night with the season debut of Quarterback on Netflix. Always a great watch. In 20 minutes, we'll look at some of the best defensive tackles in the game before deciding who we want on our kickball team at 6:40, and we can only choose from our coworkers on the BetMGM Network. At 7 o'clock, we'll go back to pro football and play this or that in the NFL before looking at our favorite baseball plays, as we always do. Then it's 7:40. I'm excited about this. Normally, I don't whine a lot, or, maybe I do. People would disagree. But it's a whine about it Wednesday. We've got our complaints lined up and ready to go during the 8 o'clock hour. We bring in Chris Swick from Yahoo Sports to continue discussing the National Football League. Then it is the Donkster and our best bets on this Wednesday at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Midway through the week, we are. Chelsea, how you doing?
Yeah, good morning. I've been influenced to get one of those cutesy cups that I see people using. This was $1.97 at Walmart, so maybe I didn't get the fancy kind, but it does feel kind of whimsical drinking my coffee out of this. Do you have any of these type cups where they're like the glass with like the wooden top and the handcrafted straw?
Oh, are these new? I have a Stanley Cup that the lovely Catherine got me a couple years ago, but I know that's not the rage that it was back then. I don't know if those are still popular. Is this the new thing? The glass jug or the glass vat, whatever it is, the wooden top?
Well, I think people just want fancy cups now because the thing is everybody films themselves doing stuff, so everything has to be Instagram aesthetically pleasing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like back in the day, you used to use like those plastic cups from like McDonald's that they like handed out in like, promotions. Now everybody's, glassware has to all be aesthetic to your entire house. Do you get what I'm saying? Like everybody's life is so much more aesthetic than it used to be.
Oh, you mentioned, did you say McDonald's? I had McDonald's last night. Oh, so good. Randomly. It's so good.
He got distracted by McDonald's.
I did. I was like, oh, yeah. Well, I got home, not late. I mean, late for me because I was visiting with an old friend of mine, old producer that I used to work with. So saw him. That was cool. I had a couple drinks. Then I headed home. And then I walk in and Catherine's like, ordered McDonald's. I was like, you did? She's like, yeah. And we're getting free McNuggets. I was like, oh, my God. I can't wait to marry you. What a gift. When is the last time you just randomly ordered fast food and had it delivered?
I don't think I've ever had fast food delivered. Because
really?
The thing is, they have these cool things called drive-through windows.
What?
Where you still don't have to get out of your car. And I understand it's different for you because you don't have a car. But here in the suburbs, it would be like, hey, you paid, $7 for a value meal. And then you would pay like $8 to have it delivered.
It's true.
So it just doesn't make a ton of sense.
No, that's true. That's the one thing that DoorDash or Uber Eats, they just kill you with the delivery fees. Like I'm definitely a yearly member. And I absolutely make up for that because we order way too much food and have it delivered to us. But you're right. It'll be a reasonable meal, and then you're paying almost as much for them to drop it off. And normally, our neighborhood's pretty small. I should probably save the money by just walking around and grabbing the food and quit being so lazy.
I mean, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
I feel like everybody, right, like occasionally you deserve to treat yourself. Treat yourself. Because I say this all the time about like buying coffee or like little treats. Or even like those fancy salads that cost like $17. There's no way that a salad should cost $17. I don't care if it has salmon on it. It should not cost $17. But sometimes I don't feel like cooking and I want to treat myself. So what are you, a robot? No. You deserve a treat every once and again.
Treat yourself. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yourself.
Treat yourself. I did not watch Parks and Rec, but I do know that reference. I remember when that kind of went
Yes.
viral, that meme. So I'm with you on that. Well, let's talk about our bets before we get into the NFL. I liked your play from last night. Didn't work out, but I thought it was the right call.
Yeah, I would have played it again. So the Cubs played the Twins last night, and you got them at minus 145. Showed Imanaga on the mound. Cubs' third best offense in baseball. The Twins have been, in a cesspool lately, 7-13 in their last 20. But of course, when I bet against them, they decide to score 8 runs. This game was 2-0 for most of the time, so I held on to hope. Those are the worst bets where you think you can still win them for like the longest time. And then I think it was like the 8th or 9th inning where the Twins just score 7 or 6 runs. And you're like, dagger. So needless to say, long story short, the Cubs did lose. I took an L, but I only had one bet. So 0-1.
All right, 2-1 night for this guy. Needed a couple wins. I thought I was going to go cold, and it was close. Had the Mets over the O's, and the Mets win 7-6. I was also in the Braves at the A's over 10. The A's win 10-1. That's a dub. But I wanted some plus money on the Rays money line against the Tigers, and the Tigers win 4-2. 4-2, so again, a 2-1 night. As for the Dogster, D-backs Padres. He had San Diego on the money line. That's a dub. So for the week, I am 2-3. Wait, Chelsea, what are you this week?
I'm 2-3. I think there's a day that you're missing that it doesn't matter to the listeners, but the math isn't mathing, right? Because I only had one play. I don't think I had 3 more plays than you on the other days, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think there's a number of bets because I had 5 bets total for the week.
Okay.
And I think you've been playing more, right?
I think so. I don't know. Who knows?
I don't think people care that much. We can move on.
We don't. Dogster 1-1. We're both 2-3 or something like that. Well, one thing we do know for sure is how Kirk Cousins feels because now we know, we've heard it. He's talked about it a little bit, that he's not happy, that of course he signs this monster deal with the Falcons, $100 million guaranteed. What happens? The Falcons suddenly draft Michael Penix Jr., 8th overall in 2024. So now we have the second season of Quarterback streaming on Netflix, and Captain Kirk revealed his feelings, talked about this last night in the debut of Quarterback.
We looked around and we found there's an opportunity that would be a longer commitment. Would you be interested in giving us that longer commitment? They said, nope, we're good with our offer. And I said, okay, you made my decision really easy, Ended up signing with Atlanta and was pretty excited about the chance to get down there and start fresh. And then, was pretty surprised when the NFL draft happened.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wasn't expecting us to take a quarterback so high. At the time, it felt like I had been a little bit misled, or certainly if I had the information around free agency, it certainly would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. But I've also learned in 12 years in this league that you're not entitled to anything. It's all about being able to earn your spot and prove yourself.
So early on in that soundbite, he was talking about how he got an offer from the Vikings, and now he's saying, if I had known this was going to go down in the ATL, probably would have stayed in Minnesota. But this will be one of the, I think, very interesting storylines to follow throughout the season. Now, Penix is the starter, took over for Kirk back in Week 16, went 1-2 as a starter. And I think, too, I didn't realize there was a lot of back and forth on, is Kirk injured? Is he not injured? Is he banged up? He was on the injury report for a week for Atlanta last year. Then he disappeared. And he admitted that he wasn't 100% after Week 11. You could tell with the way he played. He did not look good. And that he thought, if I don't play, I won't get my job back. And it turns out lost his job anyway.
Yeah, it's a tough risk. And I think a lot of athletes face this, but especially somebody who has a very visible threat to his playing time that is younger, faster, stronger, and healthier than Michael Penix Jr. But I do think that he has handled it the right way, as good as you can handle it. Obviously, I don't know if the show showed him live in the moment. I don't know if they had access to that moment, because I think people do this a lot where after some time has passed, you can look at it with a more, I don't know, nuanced view of things. Because I would have loved to see, like, I wonder if he got really angry. Like if he's at home and he was like breaking things. I don't think Kirk Cousins is that type of person, but I feel like this was one of those moves that would have warranted that. Like everybody's reaction when this happened was absolutely crazy, and our jobs weren't on the line. So I would have loved to see that raw moment. I don't know if they had access to that, but I feel like that would have been a very different Kirk Cousins than we're seeing here.
Gosh darn it! Are you serious? Gosh darn it! Dag nabbit! I overpaid at Kohl's today. I got to take this shirt back, and now this. What else can go wrong?
Right?
I mean, I would have been upset too. Remember when that happened? If you're watching the draft, you're like, and everyone was like, "Oh my God!" Like nobody expected that to happen. It's just crazy to me, which I know this has been talked about, that the Falcons just I don't want to say threw away money, but they're kind of throwing away money. Like you shouldn't give $100 million guaranteed to a guy who is a backup quarterback. And I know that Kirk wants to move on. He's talked about that. But, who's going to take on that kind of cash? Not many teams, not anyone, unless they get super, super desperate. So I think he's just going to be, by a long shot, the most expensive backup in the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what, because some of it is, relatively speaking to what other teams have. Right. And I do think since the Steelers got Aaron Rodgers, like they have an option. So some of it's just like, okay, do you have a dancing partner? Is there a team that's willing to be desperate enough to pay you this money? And right now, I don't think it's the case. Like maybe as the season goes on, somebody's hurt. There will be, because we know quarterbacks always get way more money sometimes than they actually deserve. Look at Kirk Cousins over the course of his career.
It's true.
So I don't know if somebody will be desperate enough, but they'd have to be very desperate.
Did you watch this? Because it debuted yesterday. I could ask Denton, too. I bet he did. Did you watch Denton?
I watched 2 episodes. I tried to limit myself to just one, and then I went back to the well.
Okay.
So I watched.
How was, overall, the quality? I mean, you said this is a pretty good. I have not watched the quarterback series, but you've said it's pretty well done.
I mean, this is way better, I thought, than receiver because it's not as many people. I thought receiver in a concept was a good concept because I think they're probably a little bit more interesting outside of football than quarterbacks are just because of personalities. But it felt like that was spread too thin where there's 7 guys you have to keep track of, whereas this one it's only 3. And they're all at various different stages in their career. So I've actually ended up really liking Jared Goff the first 2 episodes.
Okay.
I'm going to love him his final episode. I can promise you that because I know how that ends. But I thought it's been really well done so far.
Chelsea, did you watch?
I did not. I didn't have time yesterday. I was busy.
Finger painting.
Yeah. So, we do all kinds of activities here at Casa de Buchanan. But I do want to watch it. Because yesterday we watched a lot of baseball. So Jake's home from his trip. So we watched the Dodgers-Brewers game. So quarterback is definitely on my list, though. Because I do like shows like that. I watched Receiver. And even though I complained about it, do you remember that? I was like, I'm not watching this show anymore. It's stupid. And I continued to watch it anyway. So I will watch quarterback.
Okay, I think I'm going to do the same thing. Receiver, I was like, I don't know. Maybe I will. I think I'll get into quarterback, though, and I'm curious a little more about Jared Goff's personality, like Denton was talking about. That's going to end up well for us as Commanders fans. If you're looking at the Falcons right now, they are behind the Bucs to win the NFC South at plus 210. They're 35-1 to win the NFC. Falcons are also 80-1 to win the Super Bowl. But I will say that I think it will be fun to watch that Atlanta offense with Michael Penix Jr. because he's younger, and if he grows into that role, we know about the talent they have on that offense with Drake London and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts. And Kyle Pitts is a guy, I think he's in a contract year. I forget. But he's sort of maddening because when he came out of Florida, he was that guy that, he's got all the athletic tools, could be the next great tight end in the NFL. But the book on him is that he doesn't really like football. Like, he's good at it, but he just doesn't love football. I've heard that from a few players who are like, yeah, if you watch the way he runs his routes, if you sort of listen to people who, follow these things around the league, they'll say, naturally, he's awesome physically, but does he really love the game? But it is the final year of his contract. Thank you for confirming that, Double D. So, you know how it is in a contract year. He could ball out this year.
I mean, he could, but from like a fantasy standpoint, I feel like people are always like, ooh, Kyle Pitts is going to be the guy this year. How many times have we heard that? So I think he's one of those guys that needs to prove it to me first. Not me personally, but you understand what I'm saying when it comes to the play on the field and the consistent level of play and staying on the field and staying healthy. So maybe he has a good season. He certainly has the physical tools, but I'm not going to be holding my breath.
Yeah, and then there's always that risk that a guy just balls out, and then once he gets the bag, it's all right, back to being above average, and that's it. So just one thing to keep an eye on if you are a Falcons backer or if you're just ready for the NFL. Coming up next on the show, it's not just list season for us. It is list season for the NFL, and what's the deal with Joe Burrow and the Batmobile? That's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Wednesday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Thanks for being with us. Thank you, Double T. Coming up on the show, we'll pay a little tribute, or at least talk about the big boys. Joe Burrow's not a big boy, but he is a guy who is in the Netflix series Quarterback, which we were talking about in the previous segment, and he revealed something during the first episode or two, which was interesting. Remember last year when he purchased the Batmobile, or at least a fully functional Batmobile, for $3 million? And we were like, wow, I mean, good for him. It's nice to have that kind of disposable income. Well, he revealed in Quarterback that once he had his home burglarized last year in December, and this was a big problem across the NFL. We saw a ton of NFL stars that had their homes burglarized. It was part of a criminal network, and eventually that network was brought down by federal officials. But because that was going on, Joe Burrow decided to cancel his purchase of the Batmobile. And he says in Quarterback, quote, "I just had other things I wanted to deal with at that point." Which I understand. For a very private person like Joe Burrow, to have your home invaded and to have things stolen, I can't even imagine that, that feeling, what that is like. Certainly never happened to me. But at the same time, I don't think I would have let it affect my purchase of the Batmobile. That's what I really wanted. I mean, that's crazy, though, to have that sort of money where, like, I think I'm just going to buy a $3 million replica.
Or did he cancel his purchase? Because this is exactly what I would say if I still bought the Batmobile, but I stored it in a secret location. Maybe a lair that I have told no one about.
Oh.
Right?
That's true. Very good little misdirection there.
No one except for the house worker that just happened to be there that he is now in a relationship with, of course.
Of course. The house
Employee.
worker. What a gift. It's like if you're married and, hey, look at the babysitter that's here. I'm like, I don't know about this. This is probably going to go in a bad direction. Wow. I felt
Do you think
I kind of
that he could have an entire secret lair without us knowing about it? Like, it's always fascinating to me, like, if people could actually be private at this juncture in life, when, our phones are tracking everything, when you are that famous as Joe Burrow is, maybe it's not a big deal in Cincinnati because there's not, paparazzi. But do you think if he, wanted to live off the grid and, have a home that nobody knew about, do you think he could do it?
No, I don't. I think I have a lot of empathy here because there's a lot of, you see this sort of reaction online. Oh, who cares? He's making all this money and he's in the NFL. This is what you signed up for. And it's like, yes,
kind of,
point.
But not really.
Kind of.
You don't want to be famous.
Yeah, it comes with the territory, of course. If you want to be an NFL quarterback, then your motivation is to play pro football, and things come with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean, oh, I want to be as famous as I can and have every detail of my life out there for everyone to consume. Those are two different ideas. So what is your primary motivation? There are some things that just come with certain jobs, and this is one of them. But I think now, because A, there's pretty much an electronic trail for everything, and then B, you have people who will obsess over stuff like this. I mean, you hear people all the time, oh, I did a deep dive into so-and-so's Instagram and I found out this. Or someone will do some sort of research and spend hours online, trying to solve some sort of crime or trying to connect the dots to see where someone is traveling, where they're living. I think there's just too much information out there. You can keep some things private for sure to a point, but man, it's really difficult to do in today's day and age, especially with the leaking of information as well.
Have you seen that new Apple commercial, which you will get a kick out of this as somebody who constantly tries to dunk on iPhone users? So there's a new Apple commercial that they have on the commercials during Peacock, where I see it every single time, where it's these bird looking things that are spies, and Safari and iPhone keeps shooting them down. It's privacy, only on iPhone. I'm like, come on, man.
Dude.
Like, I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
Right. The iPhone is great. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong. They make great products, but the idea that, listen, you're safe if you're on Safari. Like, they're definitely not collecting your information. Like, everyone is collecting your information. I can assure you.
Dan.
Right. Exactly. You know, my favorite is relax. It's iPhone. Don't worry about it. I always say that to Catherine, like when she'll have, because, you know, we were having some issues with her phone. She had to get a new phone. She lost her phone, whatever. We figured it out. And so we were sitting there. I was like, honey, relax. It's iPhone. And she just like glared at me. I was like, sorry. Had to be done. But yeah, all phones do that. Like no matter what you're using, no matter what browser, like maybe if you use Go or something like that, I think that's more of a secure browser. But ultimately, there's no way Apple, Google, like Meta, all of these major technology companies, they collect everything. And of course, they sell and use that information, which is the same reason why, like we talk about it all the time. I have an Android, you have an iPhone. We'll talk about something on this show. We'll pull our browser up. Boom, there's an ad for it immediately.
Yeah, it's crazy. So they're definitely watching us. And I
yeah.
am definitely not thinking, oh, well, I've got privacy only on iPhone. But Jenks, I've also noticed this. Have you ever tried to pay with cash somewhere and they're like, oh, we don't take cash? Like,
Right.
imagine if you're trying not to leave a digital footprint and, you know, the barista at Starbucks like, cash? What am I supposed to do with a $20 bill? It's like, dude, I'm trying to be off the grid here. I feel like it would be really difficult because then people are like, can I get your phone number and your email? I'm like, no, just want a sandwich. Like, you don't need to have all of my information. Well, you get free stuff on your birthday. I don't care. I don't want all the emails. Leave me alone.
Oh, for sure. I told you during COVID, like I went into, this is 2020, it's 5 years ago. And I went into a local liquor store in D.C. and I had some cash on me. And I was like, I'm just going to pay for whatever. I don't remember why I had the cash. And I was like, here you go. And he goes, cash. I was like, I'm being scoffed. I'm like, I understand we're in a digital age, but this isn't like, you know, 3025 and like you've never seen an American dollar before. And I was like, yeah. And I'm like, why am I feeling stupid? This isn't the worst thing to pay for some cash or pay for something with cash. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think now I'm going to be like, listen, I just killed somebody and I'm trying not to leave a paper trail. So can you please take this money or else?
Yeah. Right? God. I mean, it's interesting, too. It's very regional. Like here in D.C., everyone is electronic. We'll go to visit the lovely Catherine's mom in South Carolina, smaller town South Carolina, and paying with your phone is like, what? Pay with cash.
Yeah.
You know, so that has a lot to do with it as well, where you live, kind of the culture, things like that. The culture of the NFL is a culture of big, strong, interior defensive tackles, of course. Some of the best in the game, best players in the game. Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, Jalen Carter. And NFL executives, coaches, and scouts have ranked the top 10 defensive tackles in the league. Those are your top 3. Jeffrey Simmons from your Titans is 4. Quentin Williams and the Jets, 5. And then we round it out with Leonard Williams, Nnamdi Madubuike, DeForest Buckner, Vita Vea, and Cameron Hayward at 10. You know, I was going through this list, and I feel like that, I mean, all these guys are absolute studs, but when you talk about the top 2 or 3, like, it's amazing. And when you have dominant defensive tackles like this, you can really change a game, and it forces other teams to react. Like, for me, the Giants are a perfect example because Sexy Dexy is number 1, and that dude is an absolute problem, right? He's a huge problem. And the Commanders play the Giants twice a year. We've seen that, like running on him. They've done a pretty nice job of mitigating him in some circumstances. But when you're a big defensive tackle, you disrupt the game in so many ways. And a lot of times you don't necessarily see it. Because if you're coming off the edge, it's an exciting play, right? You have a guy coming off the edge, sacks the quarterback. You know, it's a 5 or 6 yard loss. And those are the glory plays. But, man, these guys that muck up the middle and can take on double and triple teams sometimes and free up everyone else, man, they earn every penny, and there are some really talented guys on this list.
Oh, of course, especially when you're in a passing league. And even when it's still even harder to even get pressure on a quarterback or even sack a quarterback without getting a roughing the passer penalty. But we were talking about this the other day where it feels more difficult to quantify what defensive players do on the field sometimes, especially, guys like this. So who am I to sit here and say, well, I think I know more than NFL execs, coaches, and scouts? Because you can't really justify it with some of the numbers. I was honestly surprised to see Big Jeff Simmons on this list. As much as I love him and as good as he has been for my Titans in some years, I didn't expect him to be number 4, because sometimes these guys, like, you don't even know who they, like, if you didn't know who they were and you were watching a defense, you're like, who is that guy? Like, they pop off the screen if you were actually watching the game. Yeah. So it hasn't felt like that over the past few years for Big Jeff Simmons. But hopefully better things to come. It's more difficult when your defense is constantly on the field and your offense cannot get a first down, like the Titans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the NFC East, too. Like, Jalen Carter is 3. He's 24 years old. Like, I mean, already one of the best of the game. Sexy Dex, he's 27. I mean, Chris Jones of the Chiefs, he's at 2. He's been around forever, but he's been an anchor of that defense during all 3 Super Bowls. So we've had a debate on our Commanders pod, like, what is more important? Is it the edge position or is it defensive tackle? And we've kind of gone back and forth. And some guys say it's the edge. It's the edge. You got to have an edge. You got to have someone come off the edge, rush the passer. But I've come around to the idea that it's really those guys in the interior that do that dirty work like we were talking about, and who, can form a wall and affect the game in ways that don't necessarily stand out immediately, but can really just anchor the rest of your defense.
Yeah, especially like some of these guys that are like run stoppers, because again, like I talk about how much it's a passing game, but if you can't set up the run, like it makes it a lot harder on the pass. So like obviously, there are 2 things that go into it. So if you have somebody that's really good at stopping the run and mucking up the middle, it just makes life harder for everybody on that offense.
Yeah, and the Commanders, like, they've had to react because of all this defensive talent in the middle in the division. Like, because of Dexter Lawrence, because of Jalen Carter. So that's one of the reasons why they brought in Laramie Tunsil, why they drafted Josh Connerly Jr., and then also the Giants drafted Abdul Carter. So you sort of have this battle going on the line of scrimmage in one division, because you kind of have to counteract what other teams are doing. It's sort of fascinating to watch, but man, you can absolutely win or lose games in the trenches, as we all know. The NFL has also released more players, Chelsea. Are you following this list? The top 100 players of 2025. At number 90, Zach Allen, Broncos. James Cook of the Bills, running back, of course. He's at 89. Now we have at 88, Andrew Van Ginkel of the Vikings, and the aforementioned Quinnen Williams, defensive tackle for the Jets, at 87. Every day, the NFL is releasing 2 players. Another day, 2 players. Another day, 2 players. Another day, 2 players. Is this too much, too little? I feel like this is just the NFL saying, hey, every day we're going to give you something to talk about. Just 2 more. The NFL, they're so sneaky about this. Oh, how about another 2 more? Keep talking about the NFL today. They're masters of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's too much. Like, I don't think somebody's been like, whoa, Andrew Van Ginkel, we're going to need a full day to process this new information. It feels like the modern day version of, remember those tear-off calendars where it's like a word a day or a sentence a day, where it's like those little Post-its, and like each day you would learn something new.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is the NFL using that and be like, hey, we're going to give you a couple players each day just so you keep up with the NFL each and every day, because consistency is key. I do feel like if you're trying to learn things, like, that is the best way, is to try to do a little each day. That way you retain the most information. So maybe we all need to order those little desk calendars that have the little tear-offs on them.
Oh, I missed that. Then you'd have the motivational quotes, Those were popular. Catherine has one, and of course it's like Taylor Swift lyrics. I'm like, oh, God.
No.
Yeah.
As if she doesn't know them already.
I know. I walk by, I'm like, oh, it's only March. Get a whole year of this. Great. Finally, some college football news. I only mentioned this. This came out a couple days ago, but Oklahoma athletic director Joe Castiglione is retiring. I think this is great for Texas. So this is from ESPN's Pete Thamel X. He initiated the conversation about his retirement with school officials nearly a month ago. OU will search for his replacement this year and aid in a smooth transition. He has been a very good partner to work with, I know, with Texas, but I think one of the reasons why he's stepping away is, and I'm not just saying this as a Texas fan, Oklahoma is going to have more problems than you would think transitioning to the SEC and the NIL era. It was much easier in the Big 12 for them, and we've already seen it thus far.
Yeah, well, it's not easy to go to the SEC. I know it looked easy for Texas, but they also had a lot of talent on that squad. So going through a transition for a new athletic director and, transitioning to the SEC is no small feat.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect, and he's done this for a long time, 26 years, and I think it's the perfect time to say, I got you guys to the SEC. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Coming up next here on the show, if you're starting a kickball team, who from our network would you want in your lineup? Who would we want? We're going to talk about it next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is great to have you with us on a Wednesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Whole crew is here midweek. Coming up on the show, we'll play a little kickball, BetMGM style. Chelsea, when was the last time you played kickball?
It's been a hot minute. I will admit that. But I do remember in college, we had this like resurgence of like fun childhood games because for swimming, our season ended in February. So we still had part of the school year where we had to like still go to practice, but like our season was over. So we would do like these fun activities. So like our coach was like, okay, today we're going to play Foursquare. Today we're going to play kickball. Today we're going to play Red Rover. So like on Fridays, we would do these fun things and kickball was one of them. So it hasn't been, it's been like 10 years probably. I'd need to do the quick math and I'm trying not to age myself too much. But back in college, I did play kickball.
Oh, wow. That's cool. When's the last time I played kickball? Probably about 35 years ago. Like absolutely bonkers.
Almost more than I've been alive.
Back then, the ball was a large rock. Things hadn't really evolved. Hey, if you like kicking a ball around or watching people kick a ball around, here's your 12th man on the pitch, a 2025 Club Championship Odds Boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning bet at BetMGM. So here's what we're going to do. They posted this graphic, our social media team, yesterday, all over social media. So we've got a list here. All of our producers, all of our on-air talent. The producers are the coaches that you can select from. And then the on-air people are the players you can select from. You have to choose one coach and 8 players. So I've already said what I'm going to do here. Like, I don't really like picking between a bunch of friends of mine. Like, I get uncomfortable doing that, frankly. So I've already decided what I'm going to do is, and amazingly, I was so excited to hear this. I didn't realize this, but Bet Sweats did the same thing. I thought, here's what I'm going to do. Denton is our coach. He is our guy. So he's coaching our team. And then I'm going to grab Sammy P and Joe O, and we're going to get PJ. And we're going to party and watch the game. Everyone else plays. We sit in the bleachers. We drink beer. And then we cheer on everyone else playing kickball. Also, I'm old. You don't want me out there breaking a hip and then ruining the whole experience for everyone. So that's what I'm doing. Chelsea, I'm putting you lead off, right? I feel like you've got speed. You're athletic. You're a swimmer at NC State. In the 3-hole, I'm going Cody Decker because he has baseball experience, obviously. And then cleanup, Brad Evans, the sledgehammer. Okay. That's when he comes in. You load the bases. Sledgehammer. Boom. Out of the park. So that's where I'm going.
Yeah, this is a tough task because I know it sounds positive where it's like, hey, pick a coach and 8 players. But what I'm reading is, hey, you have to leave 4 people out.
Yeah, I don't
so,
like
it. That's not super nice or super fun to do. Can we get that graphic back on the screen so I can go through my process? So obviously Denton's our coach because he is our producer. He is our guy. Yeah. I would also like to point out the fact that Jake Hassan has a picture of him and his dog. Like, I don't know why his dog is in his professional picture, but more power to you, buddy. The dog looks more ready for the picture than you. So congratulations to that dog. Hopefully it's yours. But as far as teammates go, I was going through the process. So I think the number 1 overall pick has to be Cody Decker, just because he was a professional athlete. Played baseball. So I think I'd go him as like my number 1 overall pick. I think I deserve some credit here for being a D1 athlete. Then maybe we'd go, as far as building your roster, like Jenks, you're obviously on my team. Like, I'm going to pick you.
You sure?
Who are we not in?
You sure about that? How about
Jenks, you're a sandbagger. Like, here's the thing.
We have to pick 8.
or you can look over and you hear, all right, let's go, Chelsea. Come on. Come on, let's do this. I mean, wouldn't you rather have me there? Like, you turn around the stands, I give you like a thumbs up, and you get up there and crush it?
No, you're on my team.
All right.
Jenks, you're the biggest sandbagger I know. The way you speak about yourself on the radio, you'd think that you would be Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. Like
Get
this
ready
old,
for
like,
this. Here I come. I'm like, oh, God. Never mind. Prepare for the ball to roll to the pitcher.
So, Jenks, let me ask you, like, who are you willing to throw under the bus? Because I think that's the main question here. Like, is there anybody, logically speaking, that we can be like, hey, this person just probably isn't good at kickball? Like, no, I don't think so. I think
Jake's
everybody
dog?
here... Jake's dog.
Those short, stubby legs, I bet he's a coach, so maybe that's, Or, I will say Jake does have one advantage if he is a coach, because all of a sudden people are like, oh, look at this sweet animal in here. It's like, oh, that's a steal sign right there. A lot of manipulation if you're with the dog there as the skipper of your team. Sorry, go ahead.
I think the only angle you could use was if there are two guys that maybe will argue some calls and you're like, listen, brother, it's kickball. And they're like too intense for the situation. Brad Evans and Nick Casas. Don't you think that they maybe like get a little too into it? That's the only thing I can find. And it's like the intensity that makes them is what makes them very good at radio. So it's a roundabout way of me trying to like kick somebody off without being too mean.
You're like, and Costas has been thrown out for the third consecutive game. He has really gone.
That was a ball, not a strike.
Denton, who are you going with? You got a team?
Well, I'm definitely taking me as the coach. I tweeted this out. Everyone here, we are friends. Anyone that does not pick me at the coach, we are run ruling your ass by the fifth inning. No mercy.
Yeah.
You guys are way nicer than I am. I look at this list and I'm like, I got to pick 8 from here. I'm so concerned, logically speaking, about building a roster with people that I have never seen in person.
Oh, yeah.
Because I need to see the way that you stand. I need to see the way that you move. You might look athletic in a picture, but what if you run with a limp? And you're like, well, I can't have you stealing a base if you're running with a limp. That's
Ryan Horvat is probably hurt.
What if you're a gimp?
Yeah, what if you don't move well? So, I was thinking this through. Decker is by far the first pick.
Yeah.
Saw him in New Orleans. I was like, yep, that's an athlete. Just the way he walks, big shoulders, big chest, but he handles it well. Chelsea is by far the second pick that I'm taking here. She was an athlete in college. Then things start to get a little bit more murky, if you will. You guys are taking Brad Evans as your sledgehammer.
Okay.
Totally fine.
I'm not.
I'm taking
Jenks is.
I'm taking
He's
Femi
not on my
as
team.
Oh, yeah. Femi would be good.
Femi is hitting that ball 400 yards. He is a big dude.
I've never seen him in person.
I saw him in person at the Super. He's a big dude.
Is he? Okay.
I bet he got some power in those. He squats. I don't know much about him. We didn't really talk that much. He was very nice, but we didn't talk that much. He squats. So I'm taking Femi as my cleanup. I want Rob Brown on there. Yeah. I want Rob Brown on there. Just same way that I want Jenks on there, and that the personality really lifts the team. Morale. Yeah. Rob Brown, morale guy. I don't want the Bet Sweats guys. They did this segment for 6 minutes. It was hilarious, but they were like, we don't want to play. And if you don't want to play, you're off my team. We are here to win. We are here to take souls. Kate Constable, athletes in the family.
Yeah.
She's probably athletic, so I want her on my team. Horvat might be funny. I don't know how athletic he is. It feels like he's hurt a lot. I don't know. I don't know if I want Horvat on there. Costos might get ejected.
Oh, he's definitely getting ejected.
Costos might get ejected. My fear with Costos is if I have Costos as 7th in the lineup, he might get ejected arguing a call for Chelsea when she's second up to bat. So he might not even actually get to the plate.
What'd be funny is all of a sudden there's a ball that rolls by. He thinks it's a ball. It's called strike. And he turns and he's like, the Giants are going to suck this year. Like, whoa, hey, there's nothing to do with what's going on. It's all right, man. You focus. We're on kickball. No, okay.
All of a sudden, the mic just appears out of nowhere. Like he's standing on second base. And he's hovering over the mic.
It's like, what are the Jets doing? It's like, how did he get that?
He just starts cutting a wrestling promo on the refs.
All right, Double D. You're on. What do you got?
As the disgruntled one here, at least y'all are on this picture. I I find it very funny that two of the coaches are probably two of the best athletes in all of BetMGM, and Jake Hassan and Denton Day. So the fact that they have them as coaches is ridiculous. I would probably put PJ as a coach instead.
Okay.
I'm having Jenks and Chelsea sit out just because I know they'd much rather be drinking than playing kickball.
It's true.
And Jenks has freely admitted he has brittle bones.
Soft bones.
Fart
Double D.
noise.
Soft.
Fart noise. David, what makes you think I don't want to play? Like, I played sports in college.
Because no one really wants to play kickball.
I do. I just told you I
Okay,
played
then you're
in college. I have a
Then you're in.
daughter.
Then you're in. I'll
Messenger
put you
and
in
Dykstra are
if you
going
want.
at each other in the dugout. I mean, there's a real issue here, and they had to be separated by Jake's dog.
I'm sorry, Jenks, but Horvat is not playing for fear that he will stumble and break another collarbone.
Okay.
My big dumper is Rob Brown. I have him right
Okay.
behind Cody Dumper. Yeah.
Cody
Decker.
Dumper.
Cody Dumper.
The Dumper Bros.
I got the Dumper Bros. There you go. Other than that, yeah, I just feel a little slighted that I'm not on this list. I'm a little sad about it because I'm a big guy and I like to play kickball. And Jake Hassan actually does play kickball recreationally. So the
It
fact
sounds
that
like something he would do.
Yeah, 100%. So I might have PJ go over to the coaches and help. Denton, you're my coach, by the way, just so you know. I might have PJ be your assistant. And
I feel like PJ would be a good leadoff guy. Like, I know I want that leadoff spot.
He's
but
like
I feel
sneaky
PJ
athletic.
He would be crafty.
Yeah.
Like, do you remember the people who would do bunts in kickball? And it would be like people's little brothers.
Yeah.
I'm like, you can't bunt. He's like,
They just
"No, you
tap
didn't
it.
say we couldn't.
Sprint
right,
to
and they
first
get a
base.
single.
Yeah.
PJ, he's just moving the base runner.
Yeah.
Just a little tap and move.
I have it on good
small
authority.
ball.
PJ could ball in high school. He's a great basketball player. So he might be sneaky good. That's a good spot for PJ, I feel like. Also, Double D, if we had Rob and Cody and you in the lineup, that's the triple dumper right there. The triple dumper lineup. Yeah, just one big dude after the other. Coming up next on the show. Why has it been so long since Rihanna has released an album? And which futures bets do we like in the NFL? Oh, yeah. Little bit of everything. Coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we will talk some NFL futures in this segment as we play this or that. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And at 7:40, we whine about it on a Wednesday, which is always near and dear to my heart because your girl loves complaining. So, Jenks, this next story that we're going to get into before we dive into some meaty NFL futures is about Rihanna. And before we get into this, I don't know who put this in the rundown. If it was Denton, let me ask this little question. So this tweet is from an account called Buzzing Pop.
Oh.
Denton, do you follow Buzzing Pop? Like, this makes me laugh because it's like when you see a tweet and you're like, should I retweet this when it's from like Messy Betches or something? Because people are like, wow, she follows Messy Betches. Do you follow Buzzing Pop?
I do not follow Buzzing Pop, but this was on the For You section of my Twitter page. And, you know, I was like, this feels like a really good radio talker and just a way to dunk on a pretty bad late night host.
Oh, you don't like James Corden, huh? See, here's the thing.
No.
So here's the story that we are referring to for those of you who are interested. So James Corden said that he tried for 8 years to get Rihanna on Carpool Karaoke, which is a very popular recurring segment that he does with musical artists where he drives in the car and he puts their songs on the radio and they like sing along to him. So Rihanna apparently would always tell him, I will when the new album is out. And when James Corden finished his entire show and his entire tenure with that late night show and the album still hasn't come out, I think he was sitting there wondering, did she delay the album just to not come on Carpool Karaoke? Because, Jenks, I have a differing opinion than Denton.
Yeah.
I like Carpool Karaoke. I thought it was very funny. Maybe Rihanna is in the camp of Denton, though. Do you think she did this just to spite James Corden?
No, I don't. I think it's very funny, though. But I was actually reading about this yesterday. So I guess she's taken some time off for some personal stuff. And then, you know, her last album was Anti in 2016. That's forever ago. Like, she's coming up on 10 years without an album. But apparently she talked to, was it Esquire? And confirmed that she is now working on her next album, which is going to be called R9. So it's coming out eventually. I just think the one thing that I kept reading over and over and over was, you know, she's built up this legendary career, and it's not like she's old or anything like that. She's still relatively young, but she's sort of had a hard time coming up with the music that she feels like can meet the expectations that come with a new album, right? If you're Rihanna. And the longer you wait, the longer it is, right? Because it's like, where is this thing? Where is this thing? Where is this thing? Where is this thing? And I think she's finally going to do it. But it's a funny thing with James Corden, but I don't think it's the real reason.
Yeah, and also she's expecting her third baby. Like,
Correct.
she's been in her, like, mom stage. So, like, it's understandable that maybe she wanted to take some time off to, I don't know, be a mom for a little bit. So I think this kind of coincides with that as opposed to James Corden. But I do like the segments. Have you ever seen Carpool Karaoke?
Yeah, I think they're fun, actually.
Me too. What is the problem?
So it's not the segments. I like Carpool Karaoke. Spill Your Guts or Fill Your Guts is a hilarious segment. But it's like when you see something done really, really well by someone you really, really don't like. It's all personal. His producing, they do a great job coming up with the segments. He just feels like he sucks. I look at him and I'm like...
That's your reason?
Yes. I look at him and I'm like, that guy probably sucks.
Hey, Dang, tough crowd. James
Tough
Corden,
crowd.
we don't have a reason. You just look like you suck.
Have you not heard all the terrible stories about the man?
No, I really haven't.
I haven't.
I'm not
really?
I'm not going to collapse your love with him. I'm not going to be that. I'm not going to.
I mean, I'm very. Here's what I would say. I don't follow James Corden on a regular basis. I'm familiar with those segments. I'm like, this is a really good segment to take someone and put them in a situation where they're kind of unfiltered and more authentic than they would be otherwise, which I think you appreciate as well. But I don't know these stories, so now I have to look this up.
Apparently, he's not
Well,
very
also
nice.
like
Oh, that's not good.
he's not the main like Tonight Show host. Wasn't it like the Late Show?
Yes.
So, like a lot of people aren't even probably watching it. Like I think a lot of these segments were super popular on like social media. And you're right. I think a lot of it, the credit goes to the producer because the premise is funny. And in order for it to work, he has to get very famous celebrities. So like, it's not based on his comedic talent. It's based on the idea.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea. But I will also say that when it comes to his certain segments or interviews, that's the one thing that I associate with James Corden. I really don't know. I know he is. I know his work, but I'm not someone who has watched him on a consistent basis. So that's the one thing I feel like he's known for is carpool karaoke, right?
Right. So I don't have strong feelings about him. Like if you tell me a story about him, it's not going to like ruin my day. If he's like doing Ellen DeGeneres type things to his staff. So maybe he is, maybe isn't. I don't really care. Because listen, we have football to talk about. If you are betting some things before football season rolls around, how about going for the ace on your next Wimbledon bet? Use an odds boost token over at BetMGM to score a bigger payout if your bet hits only at BetMGM. And that is the Wimbledon odds boost token. All right, Denton. So we know you're not going to choose James Corden over any other late night host, but maybe you will steer us in the right direction when it comes to choosing some NFL futures bets. Let's play a little this or that.
Thankfully, we are not in the dog days of summer where I start throwing in, all right, this or that television host edition. Which television host? Jimmy Fallon, James Corden? No. All right, we got some NFL bets. We're getting closer and closer to the season. We're getting closer and closer to training camp. Today is a big day across the league. Some alternate uniforms going to be revealed. I don't know what time exactly, but I know it'll come in the next couple of hours or so. So we are getting close to football season. We are going to start with a Super Bowl bet. Would you rather bet the Rams to win the Super Bowl at 20-1 or the 49ers to bet the Super Bowl at the same price, 20-1?
Ooh. I think I'm going to go with who I always go with, and that's the Rams. I feel like if you have Sean McVay, if you have Matt Stafford, who, oh, by the way, feels like he's still playing at a very high level despite his age getting up there in the years. Because here's the thing. They had a nice little run last year, and their only, problem was that they faced the Eagles. And I understand they'll have to do that again in order to win a Super Bowl. But Matt Stafford's pretty crafty, and that defensive line has some really young rising stars on it. So I'm going to go with the Rams here. I just feel like the 49ers are in one of those modes where, you can't be in that championship window forever. They lost a lot of good players, and I feel like they lost a lot of good players to like the Broncos in general. So I'm going to go with the Rams here.
Yeah, I like the Rams a lot. I think the Rams are going to be a problem this season. I think the Broncos are going to be a problem this season. But you nailed it. When you have a head coach like Sean McVay, they add Devontae Adams. Their defense has some young studs. And remember, they gave the Eagles all they wanted in the playoffs. I mean, full credit to Philly, but the Rams went in there and absolutely made it a game. So when you look at the Niners, conversely, I don't want to say the window is closed, but they're older, they're banged up. They lost a couple of key pieces on that defense. I'd go L.A.
All right, Jenks, time to put your money where your mouth is. You say you like the Broncos. Would you rather bet the Broncos to win the AFC at 15-1 or their in-division rival, the Chargers, at 12-1?
I'm going to go Broncos. I think I think that division is going to be great. I think the Chargers are going to be really good, and that's going to be one of the more competitive, if not the most competitive division in the NFL. Maybe the NFC East. It's tough, but the Broncos are going to be sneaky good, and about midseason, I feel like everyone's going to be talking about Denver because they already had a top 10 defense last year. They were salty. Then they added Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga from the Niners. They drafted Jahdae Barron out of Texas. He'll probably start. They already have Patrick Surtain. Bo Nix was a huge surprise last season. They have a great head coach in Sean Payton. I mean, I'm telling you, Denver is going to be really good. I'm on the Broncos.
I think both these teams are maybe worth a little sprinkle because I think they're both really good. And it's wild to me that they're both in the same division as the Kansas City Chiefs, who we haven't even mentioned. So I think if you are trying to use logic here and you say, okay, I think the Chiefs are going to be good again. So which one of these teams are going to be a wild card team? And which team do you trust more going on the road? I think if you look at the team as a whole, I think I trust the Chargers a little less. It feels like a team that I always buy stock in. Like even last year, who did they get beat by? Like the Texans or somebody? I was like, oh man, the Chargers are the much better team. So I don't know if I should be like, I don't know, bamboozled into trusting them again. But let's make it very simple. Do you want to trust a second-year quarterback on the road, or do you want to trust Justin Herbert on the road? I feel like I would still trust Justin Herbert a little bit more, especially if the Chargers can stay a little bit more healthy this year. As far as the overall team goes, I think the Broncos are the better squad. But we'll see if Bo Nix can put together another great season because I think a lot of people were surprised how good he was in his rookie year. But I think a lot of it had to do with having a great head coach and a lot of great pieces around him. So just for the sake of conversation, I'll go Chargers here.
All right, bet number 3. Would you rather bet the Vikings to win the NFC at 15-1 or the Lions to win the whole shebang, win the Super Bowl at 10-1?
Oh.
I don't
really like either of these.
You don't like either?
Let's talk about the Lions for a second because I think it's very easy to fall in love with the Lions, and they still have a lot of good pieces on that team. But when you lose both your coordinators and your center retires, and I think it's going to be tougher to repeat what they did last year with that offense. They still have a lot of good pieces, like I said, but I don't know, winning the Super Bowl at 10-1 odds, I feel like I would like a little bit longer odds for the Lions there, especially when you still have to go through the Eagles in the NFC. But then you're asking me if I want to bet on the Vikings to win the NFC. I don't really want to bet on that either. So can I go neither?
You can. I'm going to go Lions here. If we're making a choice between the two, I think you have to go with the Lions. I do think there's the possibility of a little bit of a setback because they lost both coordinators, and then happened to the Eagles a couple years ago, and they had to recalibrate before going back to the Super Bowl. But at the end of the day, you still got Dan Campbell. You still have a ton of talent. And also the Lions were really injured at the end of last season. They get Aiden Hutchinson back this year. And the Vikings might be good, but we haven't seen J.J. McCarthy take a snap in a regular season game. So that's just a non-starter for me. I think he's going to be good, but you never know with a rookie quarterback. So I'll go Lions.
Yeah, if Jaden Daniels can't win the NFC as a rookie, can J.J. McCarthy? I don't think so.
No, because Jaden Daniels had a season for the ages. You're just not going to see it replicate it. Yeah.
Hey, but at least J.J. McCarthy meditates. All right, final one here. Would you rather bet the Patriots to win the AFC East at 5-1 or the Fighting Aaron Rodgers to win the AFC North at plus 550?
Oh, that's a tough one.
I can't bet on the Patriots. They stink. They'll be better. They won 4 games last year, and the Steelers are in the tougher division, a much tougher division. But also, I got to see more from the Patriots. Okay, they added Stephon Diggs. Drake May is in his second season. Have a new head coach, all of that. They still have a lot of work to do. The Steelers at least have talent. They did get an upgraded quarterback. Jalen Ramsey is a nice addition. So I don't necessarily think the Steelers can win that division, but I can't go with New England. I still have a lot of work to be done.
Especially when the Bills are in their division. So I'm going to go with the Steelers as well, especially because I feel like the Steelers usually play their divisional opponents pretty closely. Haven't we seen years where Ben Roethlisberger is averaging 2.3 yards per throw and they still beat the Ravens? So I think, based on that and the fact that Mike Tomlin, I think, is a coach that deserves some credit here, I'm going to go with the Steelers as well.
It does feel like those late season Steelers-Ravens games are annually 20-17. Or
right, it's anybody's
19.
game.
It's anybody's game. All right, let's squeeze one more in here. Battle of New York. Would you rather bet the Giants to have the fewest wins in the NFL at 7-1 or the Jets to have the fewest wins in the NFL at plus 850?
Oh, man. Can we laugh at the hilarity of this question? I'll go Giants.
Yeah, I'll go Giants. Who's going to be their quarterback this season? That'll be fun to watch. It's going to be bad. I think the Jets can be better. Yeah, I guess it'll be Russ. They really want Jackson Dart to go, I think. But I'll go Giants.
Yeah. Giants and the Jets, no thank you. All right, baseball bets are next here on the show. Stick with us. We'll be back for more after this.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
All right, it's off and rolling on a Wednesday. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. Jenks told me that he was just super ready to go today. He was not tired at all. And he was just like really ready to go for work today. Jenks, do you ever do that where you try to like be over the top positive when you're feeling like super tired? We used to do this in swimming because each year we would have this thing called training trip where during Christmas break, we would go to Florida and have like the most physically challenging practices of the entire year, including like some really mentally tough ones where you had to hold your breath for multiple laps and then you would start blacking out because your brain doesn't get any oxygen. I think they have banned this because people were getting aneurysms. But we did this thing where like, I'm so happy to be here. I love swimming. And it was like a running joke to where we tried to like trick our brains because you've heard all the things about like the way that the brain works, where you can trick yourself into like thinking things that aren't true. So have you ever done this, been over the top positive to try to trick your brain?
Yeah, I trained myself early on, or thought I trained myself when I was first sort of feeling out how I wanted to be as a broadcaster. And I would always, there's those moments, particularly in local sports where something would break, right? And you had to handle it on the fly. And I'm someone who always over prepares, not necessarily out of necessity, but I always just feel like I would rather be over prepared than under prepared. Like I'm always worried like, hey, maybe we'll run out of things to talk about. Maybe it's important to put this in. So I also want to make sure I have plenty of information at my disposal if I need it. But then of course, there are times when you don't have time to prepare. You have to be able to react on the fly. That's part of the job. And so I remember telling myself early on, I'm always at my best with the most pressure. I'm always at my best with the most pressure when things are tough. And I just would hammer that point home so that when those situations came up, I almost started just believing it and acting that way where, I was proud of myself at the moment, like, wow, I handled that really well. I was nervous, but I handled it really well. And I think it's because quite literally for a year or two, I would just tell myself that again and again and again and again to try to overcompensate for the fact that in those moments, I was like, I don't know how it's going to go. And I kind of had to convince myself otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, which now the kids are being like, well, we made this up. It's called manifesting. It's like, shut up, Gen Z. You did not make this up. We did it even to the effect of like in swimming again, where we had to lay down and close our eyes and visualize our entire race, like down to the second. Like our coach said, like, you need to hold a stopwatch in your hand and we're going to practice this until you get the time that you want. And I feel like maybe it didn't work every time, but it gave you the confidence when you're doing like a quote unquote dress rehearsal of your race. By the time it actually gets there, it feels like in your mind that you've done it so many times that you have the confidence. And I don't know where the line is where that actually like makes a difference, but like the mind is a powerful tool. So Jenks, all day today, we're gonna like, God, we're so ready to go. We're so amped up.
Yeah.
We are not tired at all. And we feel great. You know who else is feeling great? The people who got the wedding gifts of the Drake May family. Well, I say that him and his newly married wife, I guess would say. I butcher that. But anyways, he just got married. And what he did was something that on the surface looks very nice. So Drake May and his wife and Michael donated all of their wedding gifts to local shelters, which you see and you're like, oh, that's really nice. But then I started thinking about this and I'm like, okay, so the people who went to the wedding did not know that their gifts were being donated. Do you think there were some things that like maybe these people at the shelters are like, I appreciate the effort, but a monogrammed gravy boat? Is this really going to help me that much? Or like a personalized doormat, like the Maze 2025. Like, do you think that any of this happened? Like, and here's the thing. I get it that Drake May and his wife are well off. He makes a lot of money. But like, if you were a guest at this wedding and you put a lot of time and thought into your gift as being a personal gift to them.
Yeah.
Would you have some reservations about this?
Well, I would think, I don't know, I would need, and maybe you know better than I do, I would think I would look into this story to see if a bunch of the stuff they asked for was personalized. Because if they had this idea beforehand, it wouldn't make sense to say, okay, give us something that's personalized and then we'll hand it over. So my assumption, and I could be wrong or not, is that they had this idea, so they asked for a bunch of things that weren't necessarily specific to them as a couple, and then they could give those away. I also think, too, that maybe the guests were bothered, but I feel like if you told everyone beforehand, the luxury or the gifts given probably would have shrunk as far as value. Like if you're giving to some friends as opposed to people at a shelter, you're probably going to be like, oh, well, we don't need to spend this kind of money then. So I don't know. I think you can look at it two different ways.
I think overall it's still a good gesture. Like I'm not poking, holes in it and saying, well, they shouldn't have done it. Like it's still a good gesture.
Yes.
But I do think, didn't they do this at the Bezos wedding where they said in lieu of gifts, like give to charity or like something like that? I don't know.
Yeah,
looking at the outfits.
It was like a thing to give back to like Milan or whatever city they got married in. But like
Venice.
My question for you, like how do you gift someone at a wedding when you know they're rich?
Yeah.
Because like you have a lot, like I know you want to give a gift because it's a polite thing to do, but like if the Bezos situation, if they didn't do like hey, this entire city has been protesting this wedding for like 2 months, we're trying to get back. If they like wanted to not do that, like how do you gift the richest dude in the world?
I think what you have to do is you have to, based on it's probably it's probably different for celebrities because I feel like there's a lot of let's just invite this person and have this person here and they know each other residually. But if you actually know the couple or at least one half of the couple, then I think you have to say, what can I give that is personalized? Not necessarily personalized like monogram, but what can I give that has a personal touch to it? Something where I put thought into something that, you could buy this, but it wouldn't have the same meaning because I got this for you based on what I know about you and our relationship. And then it has an intrinsic value that you can't really put a price tag on.
Right. Like if you went out one time for drinks with like the husband and wife and you went to a certain bar, maybe get them like a shot glass from that bar and be like, hey, remember that time we all went out? That was fun. But Jenks, tell me if you've had this situation before where you've looked at the registry and like the cheapest thing is like $350 and you're like, salad spoon, pure crystal, $350. You're like, wow, looks like I'm getting a salad spoon and that's it. Like, have you ever seen registries like this where they're from like the most high end places and it's like people just don't live in the real world and they think people can just, spend $350 on a salad spoon?
Diamond encrusted coffee cup set. I'm like, why is this just? First of all, it's a coffee cup set and diamond encrusted. This is a lot. It hasn't happened often. I don't have a ton of friends in high places, but there have been a couple of times where I found myself in a situation where I'm like, this is kind of a next level area that I'm not really familiar with. Like I'm here, I somehow got into this little bubble, but this is a bubble that I'm not that familiar with where there is a ton of money being spent and almost everyone here is maybe accustomed to this sort of lifestyle or level of living, which I am not. So, it's not like we had to expend some sort of exorbitant amount of money to fit in or something like that, but I've definitely been in a couple situations where I'm like, oh, this is, I'm not accustomed to this.
Right. I think that's the problem with like some rich people is they don't think they're rich. Like, oh, well, $350 is really not that much. I saw something at Saks. It was actually $650. So I think it's just they don't have like a ton of awareness. So I've been to a few of those and I've been to a few of those baby showers where I do not want to pay, $220 for a rubber nipple. Like I'm just not doing it. All right. So we're going to attempt to make the switch from rubber nipples to our favorite baseball player of the day. All right, Jenks. So initial glance of the slate today, a couple games that I feel like need mentioning. So first of all, I watched this game or this series yesterday. The Dodgers and the Brewers are squaring off again today. LA minus 160 on the money line. But here's the thing. The Dodgers are now in real danger of losing their sixth straight game. Last night they got tore up by Jacob Mizrowski and the Brewers. Mizrowski had 12 strikeouts through 5 innings of work. So Mizrowski's not pitching today. It's Jose Quintana. So obviously the handicap is a little different. But Tyler Glasnow now back with the Dodgers, and they certainly need it. The Dodgers have all kinds of injuries to their rotation, to their starting lineup. So I think at this point, like, you could look at the Dodgers at minus 160 and say, hey, that sounds like a bargain. Yeah. But I think that I'm somebody who is not putting any type of stock in the Dodgers right now. They feel way too injured. And just if you're paying minus 160, you need to be real sure.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is a stupid price on the Dodgers. In a different world where the Dodgers haven't been losing like this, and they've been getting pummeled, by the way. Like, pummeled by different teams. So it's not just the starting rotation. Like, their bullpen has had issues recently. So, sure, if the Dodgers are winning like they normally do and they're just rolling over people and you get them at minus 160 here, you say, you know what? That's not bad for the Dodgers. But it is bad for the Dodgers when you're talking about a team that just has not been able to put it together. And Jose Quintana is not on the level of Tyler Glasnow historically, but also how is a pitcher like Tyler Glasnow going to look coming off of an injury? Generally, guys who have been there, done that, are going to be fine, but that's another factor that you do have to take into consideration. I would honestly put a sprinkle on the Brewers' money line here, plus 135. I'm not laying $1.60 with LA.
Yeah, it's either don't bet on this game at all or bet on the Brewers. Yeah. Because Tyler Glasnow is one of those guys that doesn't generally go deep into the game anyway, just the way that he pitches. But especially coming off the injury list, he has not pitched in the big league since April 27th. So buyer beware on the Dodgers right now. Not a team that I really want to bet on. Okay, next up, Phillies and Giants. Who would have thought that we sit here on July 9th and Justin Verlander still has not picked up a win on the season? So he's pitching for the Giants today, 0-6 with a 4.84 ERA. His Giants plus 115, home dogs here. Jesus Luzardo goes for the Phils, 7-5, 4.44 ERA. Total of 8 here. Philly is minus 140. Jenks, any interest in the Phillies today?
I think I might put a sprinkle on the Phillies. Like, Justin Verlander, I mean, he's better than he was at the start of the season, and I just want to give myself some credit for calling him Justin instead of Jason like I did for
Yes, nice job, James.
I did it. Yeah, it was really tough for me.
There we
of course,
go.
I'll probably go back to saying that again, knowing me. But yeah, if you just look at his splits, like, he's been just very mediocre. And last time out, he got shelled for 6 runs in how many innings? 6 runs in 3 innings. Now, he was on the road in Sacramento facing the A's, so you do have to take that into account. Still, I keep waiting for, here's the thing when it comes to guys like Justin Verlander or Max Scherzer, guys like this who have done it forever, right? Like, you give them the benefit of the doubt because they're who they are, and they're going to be at Cooperstown one day. But at some point, time is undefeated, and you start to slow down, even though you're not accustomed to it. And I feel like that even though he hasn't been terrible this season, he's kind of gotten to that point where you keep thinking, okay, at some point he's going to pitch like Justin Verlander. I mean, maybe he'll pull a rabbit out of the hat here in this game. It's possible, but I just don't know if, based on what I've seen, if I want to trust that idea. So I can get a better Phillies team at minus 140. I think I'd go with Philadelphia here.
Yeah, I think I would as well. Just trust a better overall team. Even though I will say the Giants have a really good bullpen, but still their offense just can't hit very well. So it's just not a team that I really want to trust. All right, so a couple pitchers may be worth fading today. So Antonio Senzatella is in like the Fade Hall of Fame this year. He's 3-12 with a 6.57 ERA, but the Rockies have kind of been our kryptonite this year. I don't know what it is every time we bet against them. So they're plus 240. Boston minus 300. Lucas Giolito pitching today. So I'm not sure what the price is on the run line. But I looked at the earned runs prop for Antonio Senzatella. I think maybe the Red Sox, a team total either. So 3.5 earned runs is plus 120 for Antonio Senzatella. I think maybe that's the way you play this, Jenks. So, maybe you don't go fully against the Rockies, but I do think Antonio Senzatella gives up runs here.
I mean, don't you think if we keep fading the Rockies, I'm due to get one of these?
Right?
You can, if you want the Red Sox on the run line, -1.5, which you have to put out there when you're talking about the Rockies because a lot of times the run line's set at 2.5. You can find it at -143. Red Sox, -143. It's not a terrible price on the run line. In Boston, Senzatella has been awesome. No, I was going to say awesome. I meant awful. So, God. I almost want to do it just to see if the Rockies will win or cover this again. I mean, how many times can this happen in a row? It's been like 3 or 4.
Well, and the other thing is the Red Sox offense has been really hot right now.
Yeah.
So they've had 5 straight games with at least 6 runs scored. And even in the first 2 games of the series, they beat the Rockies 9-3 and 10-2. So the Rockies have also had to use a lot of pitchers. So I don't think Antonio Senzatella gets the job done. Maybe the day has finally come for the Rockies to not best us on the show. All right, coming up next, it's a Whine About It Wednesday. We've got our complaints locked and loaded. That's after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, things are about to get serious here on the Daily Tip. It's a Wednesday, which is my least favorite day of the week, but I got a little bone thrown my direction in the fact that it's a whine about it Wednesday, and we get to complain about something. I get paid to complain about something, Jenks. I'm living the dream. Like, never did I think when I was sitting there doing stupid political science homework in college that this would be my life's calling. Like, do you ever think about that? Because, like, you have a pretty illustrious career as far as, like, winning, 9 Emmys and 2 Murrows? Like, do you ever look at your, like, career trajectory and say, like, this is kind of awesome that I get to do something more fun now? Where, like, you know, in the past, like, I'm sure you've done more serious jobs.
Yes.
Even though I do think that you've done a lot of humor, like, kind of woven throughout.
For sure.
But it's funny how people can get to the same, like, similar spots in life and have such different paths.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I talk a lot about how the business has evolved, but, you know, also yesterday I was wearing a pink V-neck on the air. So I can assure you, when I first started in this business a long time ago, I was like, yeah, one day you'll be doing radio and you'll be streaming on this thing called the internet and you'll be wearing a pink V-neck and it'll totally be fine. I'd have been like, wait, okay, let's back that up completely. You know, so yeah, and I'm grateful just to still be doing it, honestly, more than anything else. But yeah, I would have never imagined that. I think that happens for a lot of people. Like, they have a certain career path. It really just happens in life, right? You're in your 20s.
Adapt.
Yeah, you just have to adapt because ultimately you have an idea. I think we all do this, right? You graduate and then you're like, okay, I'm going to get married. I'm going to have kids. I'm going to get this job. I'm going to do this. And then life, sometimes you get these wonderful surprises, and then sometimes things are thrown in front of you that you could have never imagined, and you just kind of have to navigate through those bumps and kind of hopefully end up on the other side in a way that makes you happy. But I feel like at some point we all have to sort of navigate those things, and we look back and say, oh, it's kind of interesting how I ended up here because this is not necessarily what I had planned.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost, it's not the norm, I think, for most people who are like, yeah, this is what I want to do my whole life. Like, there are people out there, but I feel like there's actually more of the people who are like, hey, my path kind of, you know, veered this way and I went with it. Because, like, there's examples of this in, like, every walk of life. Like, I think the most obvious one right now is Bill Belichick. Like, never in a million years, I think, like, you know, 10 years ago, somebody was like, yeah, so you're going to have, like, a 26-year-old girlfriend and you're going to be all over social media. Like, nobody would believe that. But listen, he's going with it. And I will say I'm very thankful that we have not had a headline regarding Jordan Hudson lately. Like, that's been a nice respite for us. It's coming. I'm sure she's planning something big, but at least we have not happened upon it in the last few weeks.
Yes. I mean, I'm glad he's living his best life. I think the only thing that worries me a little bit is when you're like, wait a second, are you different now? You know, here's the thing. Is he freed from the constraints that he's been living under and so happy, or has his behavior been manipulated? I think that's what I kind of worry about, because you never know.
Right. It's the existential question. Can people really change? Because it's such a departure, you know, and maybe we don't need to go into it, but I think it's an interesting question because there are people who, like, you know, the people that you partied with in college who are like the wildest girls, like, you know, taking their shirt off on a Tuesday night, dancing on the bar. Now they're like mommy bloggers and they're like the crunchiest moms I know. And I'm like, wow, I guess people really can change. But, you know, she's still a party girl at heart. I just know it. I just need to get her to drink a few shots, and I bet she would come right back. All right, so as I mentioned, it's a Whine About It Wednesday, so here we are to start complaining.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
On the Daily Tip. I love that sounder. All right, Jenks, it's time to wind us up and start complaining. So, what's it going to be this week? Is it going to be the Uber driver? Is it going to be anything home related, home repair related? Or are you going to go with something completely off the books here? What are you whining about today?
First of all, I'm happy to report that Kevin has completed the job. Way to go, Kevin.
Kevin.
Way to go, Kevin.
Kevin.
There you go. Way to go, Kevin. Nice job. It's over. It's paid for. It's done. Thank God. That started back in December. I'm calling out a company by name. I called out Xfinity last week. From You Flowers. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So once a month, I try to get the lovely Catherine flowers. I just think it's a nice gesture. It's easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I walk down the street. I'll grab some from the local florist. I think it's kind of romantic. You walk in, you just get your girl flowers or your partner flowers, whatever. So this happened on Monday morning. During a break. I was like, you know what? Let me log on real quick. It's early. I'll send Catherine flowers at work because she's at work today, not working from home. So I make this order during the break around like 6:30 something. Put it in. I paid extra. Delivered before noon. I paid extra. Same day delivery. And I thought she'll be really surprised. She works most of the time, if she's not working at home, works at a law firm, downtown D.C., Pennsylvania Avenue. So I'm like, great. So I wait. I'm waiting because I know that their reception area is really sharp, where as soon as there's a delivery, they'll let her know. So I'm waiting to hear from Catherine. Don't want to say anything. Don't want to spoil anything. I haven't gotten any sort of notification for delivery. So guess what? I call or I chat. I'm like, hey, it's noon. I paid extra. They're like, oh, sorry. So sorry. We're sorry about that. The local florist is running behind. I'm like, okay, well, I paid extra for this. And they're like, okay, we'll refund you. I'm like, okay, fine. So I wait. And then I look at the website. I'm like, I ordered this early. I'm like, every order, if it's placed before noon, will be delivered within a 4-hour window. Okay? I wait. You know, I order these at 6:30, but the florist doesn't open till 9. I'll give them 4 hours. That's 1. 2:30, I haven't heard anything. I chat them again. What's going on? Yeah, sorry, this florist is running behind. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. They're like, would you just please wait? I'm like, sure. Finally, I get an email. 3:30, flowers have been delivered. I'm like, awesome. I'm waiting, nothing. I call Wilmer Hale, the law firm where Catherine works. I'm like, hey, I'm just checking. Can you make sure the flowers that have been delivered get to Catherine? They're like, nothing's been delivered here. I call From You Flowers again, and they're like, oh, yeah, sorry. The delivery's been scanned. The flowers haven't actually been delivered. I'm like, so it says your flowers have been delivered. You just scanned it because a guy put those flowers in his van? So finally, they're like, yeah, you can just give us another, like, half hour. I'm like, great. Finally, around 4:45, Catherine gets her flowers. An all-day ordeal where I'm talking to customer service and paying extra so they can slide these flowers in 15 minutes before the close of the day. From You Flowers, never again.
I feel like there's got to be a pun in there, right? It's like you're going to get something else from you. But my suggestion would be this. I know you don't have a car, but there has to be a grocery store close to you, right? You need to start going to the grocery store and buying your own flowers. And I don't know if you like pay some delivery person, like when they bring you your wings, be like, hey, if I give you $5 extra, can you bring these to like my girlfriend? Like just under the table. Because like you can save a lot of money. Like flowers are a big scam, I feel like. If you buy them online, they're like $60. They're expensive. But if you go to the grocery store, they're like $12. So that would be my suggestion. All right. It's fine. We're here to complain. Denton, what do you complain about this week?
So you guys know I am training for a half marathon, and I understand that what I'm about to say. Humble brag. Nice. Just want to slide that in there. What I'm about to say is not going to change any of my circumstances. However, I would like to whine about the sun today because I was working out yesterday at
classic.
10 a.m. and it was hotter than hell outside. I didn't realize it was a heat advisory, so maybe, left hand up, that's on me. Should have probably checked on that. But it is hot as hell outside. I didn't know I could sweat as much as I possibly could. I'm going to need the sun to dial it back a little bit. I know it's July, but save that heat for August. I'm not trying to die. I did a track workout, and again, humble brag, slide that in there. But I was dying out there. It was very, very hot. I had my boys call me. They're like, why are you outside doing this workout when you're doing it. And I was like, I got to train for my half marathon. And they made fun of me because they're not runners. But I'm complaining about the sun. It's a little too hot. And, with this schedule, it's tough to train at night.
Yeah.
You got to train at night, go to bed dehydrated. Don't want that. I'm certainly not going to train before the show. That would be psychotic. You just don't want to run around the streets of D.C. at 3 a.m. That's kind of like one of those gray area windows. You want to get maybe 5 a.m. is cool, but between 2 and 4, stuff could be going on. I don't want any part of that. So I'm complaining about the sun today. I just need the sun to dial it back a little bit.
Fair.
So let me get this straight. You're complaining about it being hot in the summer. Got it.
Yes. I would like fall temperatures.
Yes. How original. All right. So for me, finally, so we talked about this, I think it was yesterday, how Prime Day deals are going on. And I said, I don't need anything. I don't need to buy anything. Jenks, do you know what I did? I bought some things that I didn't need. Did I need more dresses? Absolutely not. And I've got to stop doing this. I buy aspirational clothes that I'm like, I'm going to start dressing nice when I run errands. Do you know what I do? I'm not going to dress nice. I'm going to wear my cutoffs from NC State circa 2018. And I'm not going to look nice when I'm going to the grocery store. But I buy these cute little tennis dresses and I'm going to say, oh, I'll wear these sometime. No, I have 15 tennis dresses in my closet that I don't wear. And you know what I did? I just bought more.
Oh, well, I mean, we were talking about Prime yesterday. You're like, I love who you went in 24 hours from. I don't really need anything. I'm fine. I'm set. Why would I ever go online? And then boom, 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 boom. Well done. Online shopping will get you every time. I did that yesterday too.
It's too easy. You click a button and it's there tomorrow.
Or the same day. That's a crazy thing. I ordered 2 things yesterday. They were there within 4 hours. It's wild.
That's what you need to do instead of for you flowers. Or is it from you? I don't know.
Just to make sure everyone boycotts them. And then I pay for a nice bouquet. I'm like, this is the bouquet that I paid for?
Oh, no. He's going again, guys.
Sorry.
We're going to have to end this segment so he can stop. Hour 3 is next on the show. We promise we won't complain about that. Some big news in the NBA. And, of course, what's going on in Quarterback, the new show on Netflix. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
We're off on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. Always great to have you along. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we'll dig into what is next for the Joker, Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, and what we learned last night on quarterback with the second season debuting on Netflix. We're going to stay with the NFL in 20 minutes when we chat with Chris Swick from Yahoo Sports, and then it is our best bets coming your way at 8:40. Also, hello and good morning to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Also, we're on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And how about we start with a little basketball before we talk football, because now it looks like one of our guys, I think we're all Nikola Jokic fans on this show. I mean, I don't know many people who aren't. He's very easy to love because of his personality and just how great he is at the sport. So, according to the Denver Post, he is not going to sign an extension with the Nuggets. He can earn about $80 million more by waiting to sign next year. So he could sign for 3 years, around $212 if he wants to sign right now, or he can wait and sign a 4-year, $292 million extension next season. Regardless, he's going to average more than $70 million a year. I mean, he deserves it. Averaged a triple-double last season. 29.6 points, 12.7 rebounds, 10.2 assists. Shot almost 58% from the field. I would be tempted to say, just go ahead, grab that money. But you know what? It doesn't matter what happens this year. He's one of the best players to ever play this game. Has won the MVP multiple times. He is a world champion. So, ultimately, I think big picture, this is the smart thing to do, right? You wait and you just sign that max deal.
Yeah, and whatever the monetary amount is, the Nuggets need to pay him. Like,
Yes.
sometimes we have these debates in the NBA about if a guy is really worth the money that he's given. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, you're worth it if somebody's willing to give it to you. But I don't think anybody's going to be like, Nikola Jokic doesn't deserve to get paid $70 million a year. Like, everybody who sees what he brings to that offense knows exactly that he deserves every single penny. Like, it's wild, some of the stats that when Nikola Jokic is on the court, it's one of the best offenses in the NBA. When he's off the court, it's one of the worst offenses in the NBA. And we've seen what he brings to the offense, not just in scoring, but also some of the passes that he makes and just the presence that he has. Even when he's not scoring, like, you still have to put so many bodies on him that he makes your team that much better. So a true MVP in the sense of the word. You could have argued that he was the MVP this year. I feel like there's nobody in the league that is more important to his team, so he's worth every penny.
Oh, no question. He's a brilliant watch every time he's on the court, because you just don't see guys that big who look like they shouldn't be as deft as he is, and yet he's just remarkable. I mean, whether it's an amazing pass, him running the court, which is something to see. You know, he's on his tippy toes, essentially, a big guy. Whether it's hitting a shot from half court, I mean, he's one of the greatest to ever do it, and I'm so glad we get to experience him in his prime and throughout his career. And also, the Nuggets have quietly made some moves in the offseason to improve their team. They got rid of Michael Porter Jr., and you know, he was very helpful to the Nuggets for a while and then really faltered in the playoffs. So they sent him out east to the Nets for Cam Johnson. I like that. They brought back Bruce Brown, who was a member of their championship squad in 2023. And now, if you look at the odds, Chelsea, the Nuggets are 7-1 to win the NBA title. That's behind the Thunder. second only to the Thunder at plus 275. So with all of the shifting that has taken place in the injuries and the East, and even with LeBron and Luka out West and the moves that they've made, here we are. The Nuggets are the second favorite to win the title.
Well, it was wild last year that they fired their head coach, a week before the postseason, and they still took the Thunder, the team that won the NBA Finals, to 7 games, despite a ton of injuries, and a roster that just didn't have much depth. So it's one of those things where, the potential is even greater for the Nuggets, and it just feels like if Nikola Jokic is on your squad, you certainly have a chance, because if there was ever a year to, look bad, last year was it, and they still put up a pretty good fight in the postseason.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I at the time, I thought, I don't know how I feel about them firing their head coach and then ensuring that David Alderman is the man. But he has done a very good job, and it looks like this is going to be how this team looks moving forward. And they're going to be a very formidable team in the West. I don't know if they can challenge the Thunder, but there's always the possibility that if you're a champion like the Thunder, it's just hard to repeat in any sport because injuries can get in the way. It can be a lack of motivation, whatever it may be. So I understand why the Thunder right now are overwhelming favorites, but you never know. And there's a big difference from going to the hunted from the hunter. It's much more difficult to defend a title than it is when you're hungry and you're young and everybody wants it, and then everybody sort of recalibrates and you never know how that's going to go. But the Nuggets are very interesting now, and I really like the moves they've made. And the West is just stacked compared to the East. How weak is the East right now?
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, at least the Knicks have a head coach now, which is,
that's right.
Is it Mike Brown?
Yes.
Ooh.
Well done, Knicks. Well done. Woo. I'd rather have Tracy Morgan than Mike Brown. God. After all that, they end up with Mike Brown. Okay.
Yeah. So you're right. The East is just not a conference, or, we're not in fear of the East right now. It does feel like the West has all kinds of teams, but the thing is, somebody has to go from the East. Somebody's going to the NBA Finals.
Somebody's got to be there.
The way that things are constructed. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out, but I feel like the offseason is far from over. We've had some big moves, but I would not be shocked if we have more, throughout the summer, because that's usually the way the NBA offseason works.
No question. It can definitely change in a heartbeat, so these odds could always adjust. So you have Thunder, Nuggets, Rockets are 7-1, Cavaliers plus 750, tied with the Knicks. So it's West, 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 and then the East sprinkled in. Last night in the NFL, we got a peek of what goes on behind the scenes because the second season of Quarterback debuted on Netflix. So we're getting Jared Goff, Kirk Cousins, and who's the third quarterback this season?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. That's right. We were talking about Joe Burrow earlier.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow. So, as we know, Kirk Cousins is not happy with the Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. Reportedly had no idea that was going to happen. Now Penix Jr. is the starter. Cousins is the most expensive backup in the league by far, $100 million guaranteed. And then he revealed on quarterback last night during the debut that he actually had an offer from the Vikings, and if he had known what was going to happen in the ATL, he would have taken that offer.
We looked around and we found there's an opportunity that would be a longer commitment. Would you be interested in giving us that longer commitment? They said, nope, we're good with our offer. And I said, okay, you made my decision really easy, Ended up signing with Atlanta and was pretty excited about the chance to get down there and start fresh. And then, was pretty surprised when the NFL draft happened.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Wasn't expecting us to take a quarterback so high. At the time, it felt like I had been a little bit misled, or certainly if I had the information around free agency, it certainly would have affected my decision. I had no reason to leave Minnesota with how much we loved it there if both teams are going to be drafting a quarterback high. But I've also learned in 12 years in this league that you're not entitled to anything. It's all about being able to earn your spot and prove yourself.
What's interesting too, Chelsea, is that the Vikings went on to draft J.J. McCarthy, and they needed a quarterback anyway, So I think there could have been the possibility that even if Kirk signed with Minnesota, I mean, I think it speaks to the fact they weren't planning on Kirk being there long term. That's why they didn't sign him to a long-term deal, that he may have lasted a season as the Viking starter before J.J. McCarthy took over, because Kirk can't play forever. I know he wants to. So regardless, he may have ended up in this very same position.
Yeah, but I think the shocking part is just how much money the Falcons gave him.
Yes.
You know, because usually if you sign a quarterback to a $100 million deal, you would think that would be your starting quarterback. So all of us were very shocked when they took Michael Penix Jr., and I cannot imagine like how Kirk Cousins felt in the moment, because he seems like a pretty like reserved guy. Like I will say, like with some time in between, it felt like he had a pretty measured response to this, and he said all the right things. Like he didn't say anything inflammatory. He is, you know, justified to be disappointed in this move, because as much as people look at him and say, you know, he's there to make money and he's gotten all these big deals and he hasn't been worth it. Like at the end of the day, like I'm sure he still wants to play. Like he has been in this league for a long time, and I think he's still a competitor. Like there's a reason he's still doing this instead of just flat out retiring. So I wonder what his actual response was. So I haven't watched quarterback. I don't know if they were like inside the building when this happened. I don't think that they were, because I feel like I would have seen that video. But I'm sure there were a lot of dadgummits or gosh darn it coming from Kirk Cousins.
Gosh darn it. And then he probably picked up some spare cash hanging around the house and started wiping his tears like, man, $100 bill.
Cole's cash.
Cole's cash. I just looked this up. If he plays out his current contract, and there's no reason to think that he won't, Kirk Cousins will have made in the National Football League. Take a guess. Take a guess. It's a fun game.
Is it north or south of 300 million?
It is north.
375. Higher or lower?
Higher.
399. Is this thrilling radio?
This is great radio. Higher. You're like, is this like a bootleg version of The Price is Right? What's going on here?
Big money,
One more guess.
big money. One more guess. I'm going to go 432.
Oh, 411. But that's $411.7 million. That is, for a guy, by the way, not to dump on Kirk Cousins. I mean, he's been a very good quarterback, but he has one playoff. One. Imagine making $411 million and at the end of your career. And maybe he starts again. Maybe he ends up leading the Falcons to the playoffs. He gets a dub. Who knows? That could change. But as of now, he's on track to make $411 million and have a single playoff win in his NFL career. Like, that is Hall of Fame getting a bag. Hall of Fame.
But the problem is those teams didn't know that beforehand, with the exception of Falcons. Like, did the Falcons really think that Kirk Cousins was going to get his second playoff win when they, signed him to that big deal and then drafted their quarterback? What are you doing? Like, it just still looks bad for the Falcons. Like, we'll see with Kirk Cousins. I don't know if this will make him more likable to people, because I feel like the personality in the book is already out on Kirk Cousins. Like, that's why I think these shows are interesting, because sometimes you can kind of change the narrative. I don't think Kirk Cousins is changing the narrative, especially since this is his second go-round on quarterback.
Yeah. He definitely has the most interesting story as far as starting or not. You could make an argument that Jared Goff or Joe Burrow are maybe more interesting in the personalities. Joe Burrow is a guy that we're learning, and I think we knew this before, but especially when it comes to watching quarterback, that really values his privacy. And he admitted during quarterback that after his home was burglarized last year, we heard all these burglaries that were taking place across the country with different athletes, and this was part of a cartel, a criminal network that was spying and eventually going in and robbing professional athletes. This happened to Joe Burrow last December, and because of that, he says he canceled his order for the Batmobile. He had spent $3 million on a fully functioning replica of the Batmobile, but he said once that happened with his home, he called that off. For me, I totally respect the fact that Joe Burrow wants his privacy. It's just tough when you're a big name and you're a big star and you're an NFL quarterback.
Right, and your contract is public information, and everybody knows the city you live in. But listen, he said he canceled the order. But this is exactly what I'd say if I didn't cancel the order and I didn't want people to know about it. So maybe in a dark lair somewhere in Cincinnati, the Batmobile still is parked.
I hope
Burrow
it is.
still has it.
I hope he got the Batmobile. Right now, the Bengals plus 220 to win the division behind the Ravens at minus 125. Bengals 10-1 to win the AFC and 20-1 to win the Super Bowl if you're interested. Coming up next on the show, are the Steelers really going to surprise us this season? Are you tired of talking about the Steelers? Probably so. But we are going to talk with Chris Swick from Yahoo Sports about the NFL. That is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning as we bring things to you live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East Double D. That's the perfect intro music for a new segment on this show, which will probably last one segment ever. Chelsea, lead us through Fat Check.
Welcome to Fat Check. It's that time in the off season where we see which athletes are packing on the pounds. So apparently there is a radio host in Kansas City who is receiving some flack for poking fun at Patrick Mahomes. So there's this picture of Patrick Mahomes, which I didn't say it, somebody else did, called him Fatrick Mahomes. So look at this picture, Jenks. I feel like for a normal person, like you're like, okay, it's fine. He's a dad bod. But I understand there is a line here because listen, he's a professional athlete. His body is his, instrument of his work. Yeah. But I don't think he's at the level where we should be worried. Like, I've never seen, like, Peyton Manning or Eli Manning's body and be like, whoa, he's shredded. I love that body. It doesn't matter if you can make the throws. And listen, if he's, like, huffing and puffing on the field this year and it becomes a real problem, maybe then we'll talk about it. But right now, no, this is not an issue.
Well, also, there are different body types required for different positions, and most quarterbacks aren't like super shredded with like some six-pack abs. Like you have to have the ability to withstand a lot of punishment as well. And we know Patrick Mahomes has been working out really hard during the offseason. That's been well documented. He's crazy motivated. So it's always interesting to me, especially when you're talking about Patrick Mahomes, where, look, the body of evidence is there. Like, we know how great he is, and we know he's going to work out in the offseason, but you see one picture, it's like, oh, my God. And it's because, and this radio host was apparently comparing Patrick Mahomes to, the zoom in here, to Tom Brady. Like, why don't you look like Tom Brady? Well, first of all, Tom Brady, have you seen the picture of Tom Brady when he was, like, at the scouting combine? And number two, Tom Brady has spent like 20 years on his own very odd sort of particular diet, the TB12 method, which a lot of scientists, nutritionists don't really back. I just don't think it's a fair comparison, and I don't think there's anything to this.
Yeah, Tom Brady gets Botox. Like, God knows what else he gets to, like, have him look his best. So, like, who cares? If it's not a problem on the field, it should not be one off of it. So, Fat Check denied.
Oh, and that's our first ever, probably our last ever edition of Fat Check here on the show. Let's continue talking about the NFL and bring in Chris Swick. He covers the league for Yahoo Sports. Chris, good morning to you. Thanks for being patient with us there. I'll start with a question about Patrick Mahomes and not his body, which is now the time to look at the Chiefs and what they might do this season because of what happened in the Super Bowl and because you have a motivated Patrick Mahomes? That's a dangerous thought.
Yeah, well, first off, I mean, Fact Check, I think, needs to stay. Big fan of that first one. So please bring it back. But no, I think, the Chiefs have done a really great job, I feel like, this offseason, building off of that Super Bowl loss, getting Mahomes more of the help he needs. Obviously, they traded away Joe Sonny to the Bears, so that's going to hurt a little bit. But I think getting Rashee Rice back fully healthy is going to make a massive difference to that offense. And then obviously, any growth you can get from Xavier Worthy is going to be huge. And yeah, I think like you guys were saying, I mean, Mahomes is clearly extremely motivated, and how much do you read into that? Because he's probably extremely motivated every single year, but I'm sure coming off the Super Bowl loss, it probably means a little more to him entering this season.
All right, so normally there's a team that makes a big jump from year to year, whether it's a team that gets a new quarterback like we saw the Commanders last year, or, it's a team that just, happens to put things together, or they're more healthy. Is there a team this year that you think can make a big jump from 1 year to the next?
Well, I think the obvious one is the Bears. I'm from Chicago. I live in the area now. I've seen the Bears hype over the last, what feels like 7 seasons. Maybe that's over-exaggerating, but I feel like they've won the offseason so many years now, and it really hasn't manifested. So I want to take them cautiously, because I think all the moves they've made were moves that they needed to make. That offensive line looks good. They hired a coach who has success with quarterbacks and offense, who everyone thought was the number one candidate on the market. But I've also seen how this goes sideways for the Bears in previous years. Something I think that maybe people overlook, or they're getting out over their skis about, is, for as great as everybody thinks Ben Johnson is, we really don't know anything about how coordinators will translate to head coaches. And there have been plenty of instances where the top guy just doesn't work out the way that people think. So I think you combine that with some of the issues Caleb Williams did show last season, holding onto the ball too long, stuff like that. Are these fixable? Sure. And is Ben Johnson the man to do it? He very well might be. But I think there are a lot of people treating that with a certainty right now. So I see the vision, but I've also seen it fail a lot here over the last few years.
Chris, what team outside of the Bears do you think improved itself the most during the offseason, with maybe a move or two that's really going to solidify what they're going to be this season, and maybe they mature along the way and become a force, or maybe a team we didn't expect to step up?
So the Commanders don't fully fit that. I do like the moves they've made with Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil. I think the team that I think has made some big improvements that maybe people don't expect would be the Patriots. Just think getting Mike Vrabel in there is going to drastically improve just how the whole team operates. I think we saw kind of how disastrous the coaching staff was last season. Drake May, I think, showed a lot of promise. And so bringing in Stephon Diggs, obviously there are now some off-the-field issues with him. I don't know if anything's going to come from that, and then also he's coming off the injury. But I think when he's healthy, he can be still a difference maker, and somebody that that team desperately needed a wide receiver who could get open, and that's exactly what he does. So I really like the moves they've made. I know that's a tough division. It's going to be hard to predict them as a playoff team, just given the level of talent that they're going to have to play against. But really like the moves they've made.
Yeah, it feels like now we have to ask the mandatory Steelers question. So obviously they have Aaron Rodgers, and they've added some other pieces. It's a tough division, though, and I think especially in the AFC with all those young quarterbacks, I'm not sure what the high-end potential of the Steelers are, but I will say this. Mike Tomlin routinely gets the most out of those teams, it feels like, and especially against those divisional opponents. Like, if it's against, like, the Ravens for, like, who goes to the playoffs, I feel like the Steelers usually have a shot. What do you think the highest potential is for this year's Steelers team?
Yeah, I agree. I almost mentioned them in the last question because I do like the moves they've made. I like DK Metcalf. Aaron Rodgers is tough at this point. I think you can look at the numbers from last year and they look pretty good. But I think we all kind of saw how that started. I think the biggest thing with him is he just lost a lot of mobility after that Achilles injury, and maybe people don't think of him as a mobile quarterback back in the day. I mean, he would run a little bit, he would score some rushing touchdowns. But mostly I think where it's affected him is just the ability to move around in the pocket and get out of the pocket and make those excellent throws that have made him a Hall of Famer. So I think if you can keep him healthy, he'll put up good numbers. And then with the additions they've made, they could certainly, playoffs, I think you have to put them in the conversation given the improvements. And like you said, Tomlin, I have a hard time thinking that they can make a deep run just given the amount of talent in the AFC. But I think the last couple of years they've kind of gotten in on a low seed, and then they've immediately gotten exposed. So I guess I'll give them the one playoff win this year as kind of the ceiling I'm seeing right now.
We're chatting with Chris Swick. He covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports. So here in D.C., we're clearly excited about the resurgence of the Commanders, but it's only been one season, even though they have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. So what is your view from the outside looking in on what Washington can do this season? Do they continue to move forward, or do you see a sophomore slump?
I think they continue to move forward. Jaden Daniels was super, super impressive. As I kind of said earlier, the addition of Deebo Samuel, I think, is going to be significant. I love Terry McLaurin. They are vastly different players, and I think Deebo gives you an element that they did not have previously in Washington. So I really like those moves. Obviously, Laramie Tunsil, you got to keep Daniels upright, healthy. So, yeah, I mean, I know the sophomore slump is possible. Like we saw it with C.J. Stroud. But after watching Daniels last season, after seeing some of the moves they made, it's very hard for me to predict that a sophomore slump is going to happen. I think we just have to assume what we saw last year is legitimate because it looked legitimate, and that Daniels is going to make some improvements. So still feel really, really good about this team.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of positivity. Let's be negative for a second. What's a team that gets worse this year?
I feel as though the Houston Texans kind of sat out the entire off season. That's a puzzling one to me because they do have C.J. Stroud, and I think he's a really tremendous quarterback despite kind of the sophomore slump, I guess you could call it that, from last year. Didn't do much to replace the loss of Stephon Diggs, which I know he was hurt for a lot of the season, but he flashed, I think, with them in early games, definitely transformed that offense. They're a team that I think people are going to be high on, especially in that division. And I don't see how we can kind of look at that team and say they've definitely gotten better.
He is Chris Swick, covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports. One more question before we let you go here. We got a couple minutes, Chris, but what is a team that you think, if you're having to call the Super Bowl right now, could be AFC, NFC, what's a team that you think pushes their way into the biggest game of the year?
I mean, I feel like the Ravens have to get that shot.
Don't they?
They really do. I mean, I think the addition of Derrick Henry, I know everyone's talked about how great he was to that offense and how he changed the dimension. Lamar Jackson was somebody I watched a ton last year, and he's just, I mean, playing at the highest possible level. I know that, all those concerns early on about his throwing and whether he can make the throws, I mean, I feel like he has put those to bed completely. He knows when to run. He's extremely smart. They were a drop pass away from, making that run last year. So that's the team I think, has it in them, has the talent around them, has the quarterback playing at the best level, still hypothetically has Henry playing at an elite level before we start to see some age-related decline. Really love everything about them in the AFC. NFC, little more difficult. A lot of teams in turmoil. I mean, the easy route there is the Lions. The thing you worry about, obviously, is the loss of the coordinators and how that affects them. But I think Dan Campbell does a great job. I think his aggressive approach has obviously really benefited them, and he's got the pieces around him to make that work. So it's the boring answer in the NFC, but it's really hard to pick against the Lions.
Yeah, I totally get that. He covers the NFL for Yahoo Sports, and he's our first ever fan of Fat Check. It is Chris Swick. Chris, we appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, guys. Good luck on the next fact check.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. All right. That's how you build something. You start small, you get the hardcore fans, and then boom. Next thing you know, we're talking about every athlete who's added a pound or two. What's going on?
Yeah. So I think have you gotten to see Deebo Samuel in person? He was on
Yes.
Fat Check for a while, and I feel like I
looks
saw
great.
the video of him, and I still don't get it.
No,
Like,
he looks fine.
where's the evidence? We need it on Fat Check.
I saw him in the bubble when they were doing media day out in Ashburn at Commanders. This was, I don't know, less than a month ago. And I walked by Debo because he was doing pictures, and I was like, yeah, he looks just fine. Like, he looks great. He was in full uniform, and like, he does not look big at all. And you know how it is, too. Sometimes it's just a certain angle can make you look a particular way. I mean, I think that's happened to the best of us, you know, whether it's just not a flattering shot or you're looking, you know, you can smile and it's like, ew, what's wrong with his mouth? Like missing some teeth. It's like, no, there's some shadows. Like the way a picture is taken can change everything. So when I see those things, I sort of say, okay, yeah, sure. Coming up next here on the show, it is time to hand out our best bets. The Donkster, I think, wants to pick out his own kickball team. So we'll get into that. It's all next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
way to play it.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Drop it. Welcome back on a Wednesday. Good morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Denton is here. Dylan is here. Double D is here. Best bet stocks are coming your way in just moments. Tonight, I'm off tomorrow, Chelsea. But we are headed up to Baltimore this afternoon to see Swedish goth rock band Ghost in concert. Oh yeah. We're going to be dressed in all black. I got a black shirt from Amazon. The lovely Catherine has a black dress that she got. And so there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be, I think, very dressed up, like face paint, the whole thing. We're not going to do that. But it should be a blast. I can't remember the last I've never been to a goth rock or sort of metal rock concert. That's not necessarily my speed, but we do like these guys, and it's something we've never done before, and it's just up the road, so we're just going to go for it.
Are you going to wear eyeliner a la Johnny Depp?
We did think about maybe painting our faces because there's a lot of people who go, like the lead singer is in full makeup, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you see a lot of people sort of trying to emulate that. I don't think we're going to do that. I think we're just going to go, like, keep it simple. We're wearing black. And we're going to go. We got pretty decent seats, which we're excited about. And I think it'll be fun. It's fun to sort of, and plus we love live music anyway. Who doesn't love live music if you can go and sort of enjoy the concert? And it's a big venue, but it's not massive. So we're going to be close enough to the stage where I think it'll be one of those like really fun experiences, whether it's in our wheelhouse or not.
I think there is a very small swath of the population as men who can pull off the eyeliner. But there are men who can do it.
Oh,
you know, some of those rock stars. And, like, obviously Johnny Depp can do whatever he wants. So do you think you could be one of those men that could pull off eyeliner? I feel like it looks good for guys who already have dark hair because it kind of just enhances, like, dark eyes.
Well, I feel like it works if you're in a rock band or you're a Hollywood star. Like, you get the benefit of the doubt, right? You're like, oh, well, he's in his emotions, or, you know, he's dramatic. You know, he needs this. This is just part of who he is. Or if you're in a band, it's like, yeah, he's in a band, man. Of course he's wearing some eyeliner. If you're a regular guy walking around with eyeliner, it's like, why is Jinx wearing eyeliner today? That's weird. You know, like, I would not get the benefit of the doubt. They'd just be like, what's wrong with him? There'd be some sort of fat check equivalent where people are looking at me and be like, why are his eyes so dark all of a sudden?
Goth check, yes.
Goth check.
I think this was the funniest part about, like, goth kids in high school is that when we had gym class and everybody was, like, forced to wear, like, the gym outfits, which are, like, the plain white T-shirts and, like, the ill-fitting mesh shorts. It just looks so funny because, like, normally they have on, like, the goth attire to match their makeup. And then it's just like, wow. Billy Joe just, you know, has on his black eyeliner and these pale white legs on, you know, accompanying these shorts that are way too short. It just looks weird.
I mean, and it was super popular. I mean, there was a while, I mean, this is going back to like the 80s and 90s where all of the bands were just wearing makeup, you know?
Yeah.
Just like a full face of makeup.
And it was cool.
And it was cool. Yeah, it was just part of it. It's like, yeah, we're in a band. But when you're not in a band, maybe I'll join a band. I'm not going to join a band. Then I could get away with it. But no, I'll just be happy to be there. And I think it'll be great. I'm not a big people watcher, but it'll be fun to be around a group of people who are definitely like in. This is a very specific genre of music.
Yeah, it feels like you can't pull off like eye makeup if you work at like Kinko's.
Is Kinko's even still around?
Maybe. But like there's versions of Kinko's, right? Like I feel like Staples is similar, or what is it, like post office places? Or is Kinko's just copies?
I think Kinko's was bought out by FedEx a few years ago, if I'm remembering correctly. Remember, it was like FedEx, Kinko's, and now it's just FedEx, I believe. That's a good call. I haven't heard a good Kinko's reference in a long time. That's a good one.
I just thought of, wasn't there a Dave Chappelle sketch where he worked at Kinko's or something? Do you remember what I'm talking about? He worked at like some type of a copy place, and it's like very like, I don't know, corporate looking. I need to look that up.
All right, we got to look that up. There's one around the corner here. I got to drop something off from Amazon that I bought yesterday that didn't work out. So I can walk around the corner and maybe, while I'm at it, I'll make some copies. See how that goes. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. Couple guys who just want to sit in the stands and watch some kickball, drink some beer. That's what we're going to do. They're going to look at NBA win totals. They're also going to look ahead to week 0 in college football. That's exciting. Jeff Schwartz of Fox Sports and SiriusXM Radio joins the show at 10 to continue talking college football as well. And then John Murray from the Westgate Sportsbook will be along at 11. All right, here we go. Time to hand out our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, I want nothing but winners.
All right, best bet of the day is not going to be a hot take. I'm going to be fading Antonio Senzatella today of the Colorado Rockies. So listen, the Red Sox offense comes into this game against the Rockies red hot. The Sox have scored at least 6 runs or more in 5 straight games. And so Antonio Senzatella comes to the rubber, and he's 3-12 with a 6.57 ERA. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a Red Sox team total of 2.5, hitting the over for -154. It's a little juicy, but I feel like this is a really solid play because Antonio Senzatella does not start games very well. In fact, he's even worse in the first inning, has a 9 ERA in the first inning, has a 12 ERA in the 5th inning. So I think the Red Sox bats can get him early and often. I felt like this was the best way to fade the Rockies here because listen, they have been getting the break speed off them by the Red Sox. They were 9-3, 10-1. These games have not been close, and I feel like it's not a hot take saying the Red Sox are the much better offense in this one, especially going against Senzatella. So Red Sox team total over 2.5 in the first 5 innings for -154.
All right. I'm on that in a different way, which I will talk about that in a moment. Talk myself into it again. Okay, best bet of the day. Reds, first 5 money line, taking on the Marlins. Andrew Abbott going for Cincy, and Sandy Alcantara going for the Marlins. I love this bet. Sandy Alcantara, 1-4, a 9.95 ERA on the road, giving up 15 runs in 18 innings. He hasn't been as awful as earlier this season, but he has been a whole lot better. And then Andrew Abbott for the Reds, at home this season, 3-1, 2.13 ERA, giving up more than 1 run only 3 times in his last 15 appearances this season. Also, Cincinnati at home, a top 5 team in the first 5. Let's go Reds, first 5 money line, -148. Also, guys, we're on YouTube. Check out The Daily Tip along with every show on the BetMGM network. Like and subscribe. As always, you can listen on the Odyssey app as well. How about this? Diamondbacks Padres, I found over 7.5 -122. Brandon Pfaadt going for the Diamondbacks. He has struggled in a big way on the road this season. 3-3 ERA of 6.6, backed up by a bullpen that has been a wreck most of the year. Now, Dylan Cease has been a very good pitcher in San Diego. However, not a huge sample size there. The Diamondbacks, number 1 in slugging, number 1 in OPS against right-handed pitchers. I think we see a lot of runs here. Over 7.5 -122 is the call in San Diego. And finally, okay, you Rockies. Red Sox run line, -143. You mentioned Antonio Senzatella. Okay, fine. He has been a mess on the road. ERA over 6. Lucas Giolito, don't be fooled by his ERA in Boston over 5. Because over his last 5 starts, covering 32 2/3 innings, he's given up a total of 5 runs. That's it. The Rockies have been burning me. I keep saying I'm not going to fade them any longer. Guess what? I lied. All right? I lied. I'm getting this dub. Red Sox run line over the Rockies. It is -143. I mean, this has got to come home, right?
I hope so. I mean, I'm fading them too. So we need the Rockies to be terrible today. Is that too much to ask from the worst team in baseball? It feels like it's not a lot to ask.
Yeah, it's an easy ask. Come on, let's make this happen. What else do we have to make happen before we bring in our good friends from Bet Sweats? Well, that means the Donkster. Donkster! Get in here. Good morning. Good morning. It's time for me to pick my kickball team. Doctor, I don't know if we have a lot of time for this. Dad, I'm speaking. First of all, I'm the coach because no one can kick like a donkey. This is my specialty. Oh, well, I will say it's actually a pretty good point. Now, time to pick my team. Chelsea, Kate, Addie, and that's it. Doctor,
female empowerment.
Yeah, you have to choose 8 people for your team. Then get rid of all these bros and I will. I didn't come here for a sausage party. Okay. Can we at least get a bet? Padres, money line, hosting the D-bags. Not quite.
Close.
Okay. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? I don't know. Do we have anyone? Is it Joe O?
I don't think so.
Is it Sammy P? Is it a dark room? I think they heard the doctor. They said, not today. Yeah, nobody's there. They're out. Nobody there. Scared them away. Not today. Actually, I don't think it was the doctor. I think it was the fat check. And they said, no thanks, guys. Okay, fair enough.
The fat check? Well, maybe they were afraid we wouldn't pick them for the kickball team. Maybe they take it super seriously, which I think not.
Yeah. I mean, I got a text from Sammy P yesterday. He was like, we're sitting on the sidelines, right? And I was like, yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Me and you and Joe, and we'll grab PJ and we'll sit and watch. I don't
Yes,
understand.
because kickball is famously really physically challenging.
It's very tough. Have you ever tried to take a step and kick a ball? I mean, my God. I'm honest to God, the last time I played kickball, I'm trying to think back, I was in elementary school, I believe, is the last time I played kickball.
Ooh.
Like, you know how long ago that was? I don't even want to talk about it. Holy
We
Lord.
know.
1947.
It's been 87 years.
It was a medicine ball, and it went 6 inches when I kicked it. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a great Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
And inside the park, game winner last night. Now, I'm San Francisco, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. Welcome on in to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. We're going to take a look at NBA win totals that have now been posted. Wow, some wild numbers based on the seasons that we just saw. Big movements there. We'll go over all of that. Today's MLB card, we are on fire. Had a good day yesterday. Major League Baseball, Jeff Schwartz and John Murray will be joining us on the show as well. Sammy, how you feeling, man?
Mizorowski.
Woo! Damn.
12 Ks against the Dodgers, who can't buy a win right now.
5 straight losses for them. Mizorowski, we were looking forward to seeing, is he going to bounce back? You were all over that one, and certainly did. You had some good looks there. Did you go with the Athletics yesterday? I was trying to remember.
I circled. No, I didn't bet.
But you didn't bet it.
The only two things
I remember you talking about it. Yeah.
I definitely circled it, but didn't do it. And they pounded the dying Braves. The Braves are on life support and have been for what feels like a couple of weeks. And I didn't see 10-1 coming. There was also an inside the park home run in that game. Butler in the first inning hits one to deep right center field. The call of that home run was not as good as the one in San Francisco, by the way. Not sure if you heard the Oakland, I did it again, the Athletics TV call of that inside the Parker. Not very good. And then I was writing our parlay, your parlay that became our parlay with the Red Sox and the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays were easy. I looked up Red Sox and Rockies 0-0 about halfway through. And I'm like, oh, no, not the Rockies, not the 21-70 Rockies. And then I look back up and it's 10-0 Boston. That was funny. That was good. Nice hit.
It's a $3 favorite today, though. That's the problem. Like, I'd love to go back to that well, but it's $3 with Giolito, a $3 favorite. I'm not making the case that you should go with Colorado. Believe me. Especially the way Luke Giolito's been pitching. But yeah, no, you were all over it. Mizorowski, Athletics, and that two-legger with Boston and Toronto. Toronto taking care of the White Sox on the road. The Blue Jays have now won 10 games in a row. 10 straight games. So things looking up there. You mentioned Atlanta a moment ago. Let's go back to that one real quick. They got to sell. I don't know how many pieces they're willing to sell at this point. They're 10.5 back in the wild card. Come on. I mean, we're too far into the season here. They don't have a chance at the division. That's even further back, but 10.5 for the wild card. I know there have been a number of times where we've seen them take off in the second half and they've made great moves, but just a couple weeks out now, I don't see any way that they're going to be buying at the deadline. They shouldn't be.
No, there's no point. The season is not a wash. I mean, because you're not expected to be this far behind the 8 ball at this point in time. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the All-Star break yet, and they feel dead. You never want to be absolute with several months to go, but as somebody holding some future positions on the Braves, I went into my spreadsheet last night when it was 10-0 Athletics, and I just hit L, an L. So I'm already moving on from that financially. I'm already counting that as a 2-unit loss on the Braves to win the World Series. Not going to happen. I tried to get down at like 22-1, 24-1. This was around Memorial Day. And I thought, oh, that's a good number. Check the number now. Not good at 22-24.
How bad?
I mean, they're almost 100-1 to win the World Series now. And they should be.
Geez.
They're horrible.
Yeah, they should be.
And everybody's saying, oh, there's a 200-1 in the market right now at the Green Book, as Kate Constable calls it. So here's the range on the Atlanta Braves to win the World Series: 60, 100, 125, 140, and 200-1. That 200-1 was not there yesterday. That's what happens when you go into Sacramento and lose 10-1.
They're toast. It's over.
Done.
Yeah. Dunzo, no doubt about it. Boy, one that I kind of I shied away from, I talked about, that I circled but didn't bet, San Diego. I didn't like the way the price was going. I'm like, it's getting a little expensive now. It was going 130, then 140. But they had a 1-0 win over Arizona. That's a good pick on team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. But pitchers duel there and San Diego. Everything we talked about, we hit. So beware today when it comes to Major League Baseball.
Oh, today we're getting swept. No doubt. That's how it works. Once you talk about Fight Club, it's over. And we come out of the chute today and talk about how well we're seeing the ball. So I fully expect when I make my bet today on Mackenzie Gore and the Washington Nationals, I fully expect that to be a loser where they just get comeback wind or something like that. You know, like the Nats are up 2-1 and then they lose 3-2 in excruciating fashion. I wholeheartedly expect that tonight.
Yeah, that game was on my mind looking at today's card because you brought it up a couple days ago. You're like, this is the spot. You want to look at Gore. And then I started looking at the matchup. I'm like, God, he's been terrible against St. Louis. I don't know. It's almost a coin flip. There's probably going to be some money coming on the Nationals because of the narrative that you were talking about there. I don't think I'm going to be on that game. There are a few that I do like. Man, this Dodgers losing streak. How much longer are we going to go here? They're tied for the longest losing streak in baseball here, 5 games. I think it's going to end today. They're a favorite on the road at Milwaukee, minus 160. So it's an interesting card with some fun matchups to discuss.
You think Glasnow is going to stop the bleeding? Glasnow, Corby's guy, coming out, going to put a Band-Aid on the cut? Yeah?
Yeah, probably. I think so. The problem is the offense. They're not scoring any runs. That's the real issue.
Speaking of tickets that won't win, as I was grading my Braves bets, remember when Corby told us to bet Glasnow to win the Cy Young? I forgot about that. I forgot that was in one of my accounts too. 30-1.
I thought you were going to bring up Caitlin Clark right there.
No,
because,
what about Caitlin Clark?
No, she was kind of in the news because, you see last year's winner, Asia Wilson, she goes down to an injury. And then I'm just looking at the numbers today. It's for MVP. Collier's minus 550. They had that draft last night for the All-Star game, which is cool. I think a lot of sports should take a look at that. That brings more intrigue, something that is actually worth discussing. I only bring it up because Clark's, plus 850, 9-1, somewhere in that range. For MVP. But yeah, you had Wilson go down to the injury. So that's certainly noteworthy. It looks like it's all Collier at this point. It was a 2-player race. It might be closer to a 1-player race where it's a wrap. But I was just like, that WNBA All-Star Game draft happened. I'm like, let me see. Is there any way she took Angel Reese? No. Caitlin Clark did not draft Angel Reese. I forgot what round it was. I'm like, there was no chance it was happening.
Did you see the trade that happened? They traded coaches. So Cheryl Reeve was the coach that left Caitlin Clark off the Olympic team. And Cheryl Reeve was the coach that was whining about the Fever getting more All-Stars than her team. So Caitlin Clark and Nafisa Collier are the captains of their respective All-Star teams. And Reeve was supposed to be Clark's coach, and she traded her. So Caitlin Clark will not forget. And we now have new coaches because they have flipped due to a trade in the All-Star Captains draft.
Be petty. I'm good with that. I'm fine. They need some of that. Like the NBA is about the drama, whether it's the off season or in season, and comments that people make. The WNBA needs it. When are we talking about the WNBA most? When it was Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese. When you have some of these fouls that happen, somebody gets tossed to the ground, people talk about it. Comments that are made. This is exactly what this league needs to thrive. And we could say, well, it's the talent and you bring in Paige Beckers. Yeah, that's part of it. But we've seen weeks where just the basketball alone is not going to get it done. You need some storylines, especially in the middle of the regular season.
You basically need conflict. Conflict is good.
Yep.
It's not bad. Conflict creates clicks. It creates views. It brings eyeballs to the product. If the league was boring, nobody would watch. That's why nobody watches Major League Soccer, because nobody cares. Aside from maybe a team or two now that we've had some shifting in the global landscape of soccer. But, I mean, I was on a podcast the other day, and the guy goes, why don't you guys ever talk soccer? And I said, because we don't care. We don't watch it. We didn't grow up watching it. We don't follow it. We don't bet it. And the host says, well, you could probably name 5 MLS teams. Yeah, right. I didn't even get the Chicago Fire.
Hold on. You want us to not only talk soccer, but MLS soccer?
Mm-hmm.
What podcast was this? Were they messing with you?
No, it wasn't. No, it was a guy that is really good at betting soccer, and he's like, I love the show, but you guys never talk soccer. And I said, well, would you like us to fire soccer bets when we don't watch or follow or bet soccer? Not that you have to know soccer to bet soccer. I mean, some of the best bettors in the world don't know the sports that they bet. They just bet the right numbers, and they go off of power ratings and all that. But do you really want Joe and I to start giving MLS bets? I wouldn't want that if I was a consumer, because I have no idea.
Yeah, no, we could have somebody on from time to time. We could have guests on. But here's the other thing. Like, there's a difference if you have a Discord, if you're churning out some sort of sports betting content versus having a 3-hour show. Because could we fumble our way through a 15-minute segment giving soccer bets? Yeah. Would it be compelling radio, video? No. No, it would probably suck. And we wouldn't know what the hell we're talking about. Then people would be tweeting us mad at us that we're talking about things that we have no idea. And we're just, giving out plays to give out plays. So that's tough in this medium. But, like, if we're just looking for picks, yeah, we could find that. We could talk to some smart people that are really good at it, like the person that you were talking to. But we don't like to fake it. We don't like to fake anything. We're not going to fake emotion, energy towards something that we don't care about.
Exactly. And I would argue that Messi coming into the MLS exploded the interest by maybe 200%. That's not something that you could tangibly track or monitor, but nobody talked about the MLS until Messi came over. And then some of his friends came across as well to play for Inter Miami. But the interest isn't there. And if we're going to bet soccer, we just bet against our favorite team or bet them to draw the USA. Woo!
Yes. Well, that's why I was just surprised that it was MLS, because a lot of times, yes, people will talk soccer, people will bet soccer, and it's not going to be MLS. Let's just put it that way. I will say some of the sports betting content that I consume that talk all sports, even my favorite shows, when they talk soccer, I'm so gone. I'm so good. If it's a podcast, I'm fast forwarding it. If it's somewhere else on some other medium, I am click, gone, see you tomorrow. So that probably has something to do with it.
Yeah, we'll do World Cup. We'll do the Euro, Copa America, the big events, and we'll have guests on that will help. But this is never going to be a soccer show. I buried the lead here. Did we win the playoff game last night? Yes or no?
We won the playoff game last night.
Yes! You sing the
song?
song?
A lot of stress. We didn't sing the song afterwards. There was a lot going on. Their team was straight up cheating. I'll just put it that way. They were cheating. They brought illegal players, threw a jersey on them, and thought they would be able to get away with it. I let them get away with it, and we still beat them. So there you go. For 12-year-old baseball. They're like calling people, having them drive in for an hour away, showing up late to the game, throwing them a jersey last second, and thankfully we still won, so we play Friday. It was fun. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. NBA win totals are out. Could be some shocking numbers if you take a look at it now. That's next here on the BetMGM Network.
Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P, we've got NBA win totals coming your way in just a couple of moments. We are on XBet_sweats. Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. We'll check in with Jeff Schwartz coming up at the top of the hour. A lot of football there, both NFL and college. During the break, Sam, you pointed out what's happening in the Rookie of the Year. What jumps out to me is on the National League side, but you've been paying close attention all year long on the American League side.
Yeah, Jacob Wilson has not had a good stretch coming into the game last night. Last 22 games, he's hitting 235, slugging 293. Not great. And his runs created plus down to 67 over that span. And this is a guy that was hitting like 360, 370 if you go back to the middle of May, and a runaway winner, supposedly, and he was minus 1,000 at the ceiling. I would love, by the way, if we could just find the Rookie of the Year markets at BetMGM. Why is it so complicated? It's just like sometimes the app decides to just hide everything. I just found it now, but it took me 6 minutes to find it, which is very annoying. So if MGM's listening, let's maybe change that. They also don't have the AL Rookie of the Year market up right now, but they do have the National League market up. And Mizorowski, to your point, MGM has minus 165. And Baldwin is plus 240. Now, yesterday, I had brought up Cam Smith, who's been raking, and he had a hit in his first 3 at-bats last night for the Astros. Coming into yesterday, you had Wilson about minus 160, Cam Smith plus 180. It's not up at MGM. It's not up at these other books right now.
I don't see
the
it
Green
anywhere,
Book doesn't have Rookie up either. Well, that's because Wilson got hurt yesterday, and he exited the game. So I'm in a couple group threads that obviously gamble and follow this stuff. And this group thread has Cam Smith at 25-1. And of course, I didn't do it because we anchored ourselves to Jack Kaggs. In the American League, I think we had the right shape. We just had the wrong horse, I think it was sort of this belief that Jacob Wilson, a singles hitter, essentially, was not going to keep this up. And should have never been minus 600, minus 800, minus 1,000. And clearly that was correct. We just got the wrong guy. I did see, though, Kaggs homered yesterday. He had his 3rd home run, and I didn't get one text, one tweet, one direct message, nothing. Everybody knows it's over. Is what it is. But when we repopulate the American League Rookie of the Year market, I wouldn't be surprised if later today or tomorrow Cam Smith is the favorite, considering that Wilson's been dealing with a hammy, and he left yesterday's game with an arm injury. Now, they're saying it's just a bruise, but this is a rookie who now has a hammy and a bruised arm, and there's still about half the season, a little bit more than half the season to go. Not ideal for anybody holding Jacob Wilson AL Rookie of the Year.
Mizorowski certainly has a name value over in the National League side. And when you beat the Dodgers, when you outduel Clayton Kershaw, now you have people's attention. And so him to be getting close to a $2 favorite, I do understand. Now, I'm also the person that will say most times I'm not going to bet on the pitcher. Yeah, I'll bet on Skeens, like that sort of value. But if I were to just list off the NL Rookie of the Year odds board at the very top, it's like, who are people talking about? There's Mizorowski. There's Drake Baldwin, position player for the Braves. There's Ramirez for Miami, Kim of the Dodgers, Chad Patrick, Isaac Collins, Chase Burns. Chase Burns a little bit, but that's just started. Matt Shaw with the Cubs. He's had his struggles throughout the season. It's not even close. Mizorowski is the only guy that I hear people talking about on a regular basis. They want to go out of their way to make sure they see him play. Now, yeah, you get that with a pitcher who's going to go once a week, but people are excited. And then last night, you mow down 12 Dodgers. Okay, that's going to change things a little bit.
If you have a dominant position player, it's usually that player. Corbin Carroll, Michael Harris, Pete Alonso, Acuna, Bellinger. I'm going through the last few positional winners on the National League side. But when there isn't that guy, and there really isn't, I mean, looking at this market, Drake Baldwin, you go down the board, you don't have that marquee name. And maybe that's not fair to say that with a rookie class, but you know what I'm saying. You know when these rookies are special. You know when Cody Bellinger's special. You know when Acuna's special, Alonso, Corbin Carroll. You don't have any guys that are putting it together on a week-to-week basis, and it's sort of been kind of like shuffling the chairs on the deck. When you have a guy that throws 100 miles an hour and puts butts in the seats and strikes out 12 Dodgers on a Tuesday night, that's exciting, and people pay attention to that, and it's the top story on baseball shows. That was one of the top stories last night. Can the Dodgers break the winning streak? Nope. Zoom, 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 all night. 12 strikeouts. It's very similar pathwise to what happened to Skeens last year. Because I remember around June, July, Skeens was a very small favorite. And you're like, well, I don't know if he can keep it up. Can he keep it up? I don't know. Then he started taking it to the next level in July, August, and September. And I want to say by the end of July going into August, Skeens was minus 500 to win the NL Rookie of the Year. And he destroyed the market. So I guess that's my question. Is Mizorowski right now at minus 165 relatively cheap considering where it could go based on his ability and also the lack of dominance, if you will, amongst the other candidates? I don't think it's going to go the other way. Like I don't see this big push from Baldwin or Ramirez or Kim or Patrick. He could be minus 300 at the end of the month. And then by the time we get to August and September, I don't want to say off the board, but it could be signed, sealed, delivered.
He's pitched 5 games. The market is not waiting around 5 games, and then look what he's done. He's got a whip of .896, a 2.81 ERA. Sammy's not even a one-win player yet. And the market is just all about Mizorowski. Last year, you'll remember, I mentioned Skeens, but on the other side, Luis Heel, you had two pitchers win the award. So, you know, maybe we're through a patch right now where, okay, it's one of those years, the way it's sets up with the position players, as you mentioned, where maybe we get another pitcher. But, if he continues to do this, it's very likely that you're right. That price just keeps on jumping. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweat's BetMGM Network. We've got NBA win totals. These were posted the other day by BetMGM, and there's a few different ones that do stand out that we want to get to. Now, first off, I think we should look back at what just happened. Some of the results that we just got in the NBA, how many were close and how many are like, look, that was a landslide. That was an easy one. That was wrapped up in the beginning of the year, because we always talk about price and we stress that. Now, if something moves by a couple of wins, should you be concerned? And that's kind of my point in bringing this up. There was one team in the NBA last year where the win total came down to the final game. That was the Memphis Grizzlies. Game 82 was the deciding factor. They win. They go over 47.5 to 48 wins. For a lot of people that bet on the Grizzlies, you look at them, and it was viewed as a big disappointment, but they did go over the win total, even in, quote, a disappointing year. So that one goes over by the hook. Toronto also went over by the hook. It was just locked in a couple games earlier. They go over 29.5 to 30 wins. Those were the two teams, Sam, where the hook decided it. And then I looked at the other end. I counted up, all right, according to the closing number, which is also key, the closing number, how many win totals, either over or under, were decided by double digits, by at least 10 wins? What would be your guess? I gave 11. You 2 that came down to the hook. 11?
11, yeah.
Did you count these? Did you look at these?
No, you know I didn't. Come on.
It was 11.
Yes! Bam! How could I look that up in 20 seconds? There's no way. That's a good guess, a lucky guess. Yeah. Better to be lucky than good sometimes. But I think about how many teams just completely plowed through their win total. Like a perfect example, and I think this is your point that you're trying to make. A lot of these numbers are way off. And I remember vividly betting the Detroit Pistons over 25.5 wins last year. 25.5. And they finished 44-38. That could not be more wrong if it tried. And that is probably, because I didn't compile the full list, but I know there were several, like Miami had a win total, I believe, in the low 40s. And they finished with 37 wins. I think their win total was like 44.5, 45.5. But remember, they had Jimmy Butler coming into the regular season. So Jimmy's going to, more times than not, will you to 500 or greater. But there were a lot of teams I remember being like, oh, that number was way off. Including the Philadelphia number. I don't remember what the win total was last year.
I got it for you. You ready?
Okay. Yeah. 50?
All right. There were two teams that were off by 25 wins. 25. Philadelphia, one of them. The number 50 in the hook, good number. 24 wins on the year.
Yep.
If you double their wins, they're still not getting the over.
Yeah.
Amazing. The other one, New Orleans. The number was 46.5. They had 21 wins. That was the earliest win total to cash on the year. It happened somewhere around the midway point.
Do you have the number on Utah last year? I imagine it was at least in the mid-20s or low 30s. I don't mean to throw you on the spot, but I know it was much higher than 17 wins, which is what they finished with.
Yeah, Utah, here we are. The win total was 28.5, and you mentioned 17. So that was one of those double digits. Yeah, there were a bunch of them, man. You mentioned Detroit. Portland flew over 21.5 to 36. That was a big one. How about Cleveland? It was a pretty high number at 48.5, 64 wins. Big gap there. So, yeah, listen, there are a couple that are going to come down to the very end. But my overall point is, if you're worried about something moving a win or moving a win and a half, chances are your bet is not going to be decided by that. Based on how an NBA season goes and how teams end up tanking, positive or negative, right? Like we've got examples here where it flies over and others where it flies under.
I'm looking at a couple teams right now that are probably in that wheelhouse of numbers just being wrong. And the first team I wanted to talk about was Phoenix. Their win total, 30.5. This is a year after they won 36 with Kevin Durant. And now you have to replace that production. And I don't know that the Suns are done going down. It's not like 30's a lot of wins. But at the same time, if you look at the worst teams in the NBA last year, 17, 18, 19, 21, 24, 26, 30. Mm-hmm. So when you hang a 30.5 in my face on Phoenix, I'm inclined to think that that's just a little too high. Now, you're probably going to sweat that. You're going under 30.5 in an 82-game season. I don't think it's going to be a rocking chair winner. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if the Phoenix Suns won 24, 25 games. It's not going to be a situation where you're a winner by, Valentine's Day or whatever. But I don't think they have the talent, and I don't think the infrastructure is there for them to get over a very low number. So Phoenix was the first team that leapt off the page to me. And then the other one, I know this team has a lot of talent. And I understand they just paid one of their superstars, and when healthy, they're dangerous. But Orlando at 51.5, doesn't that feel just a little bit high? I don't know. Feels a little high to me.
Extremely high. They just had 41 wins. And, okay, so the challenging part with all these teams in the East, of course, we'll talk about the teams like Boston with the number of injuries that they have. Indiana, same deal with their superstar player going down as well. But where do those wins go? Everybody agrees that those teams will have fewer wins. They've got to go somewhere, most likely somewhere in the conference. Everybody has just decided that they're all going to the Magic, it feels like. Like, okay, they're a young, talented team. I think it's coming together. Are they ready for a next step? Maybe. Again, 41 wins last year. Just to hit my bet over, we've got to increase by 11 minimum. That's a big ask. And it's the team that everybody has decided, right? That will scare you. That scares me off a little bit. We'll talk about some of these teams where just the win total way different than what we just saw this past season. Joe O, Sammy P, we continue. Jeff Schwartz, top of the hour. This is Bet Sweats Live with you on a Wednesday morning on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
is hardball.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us. Taking a look at some NBA win totals. And we've also got some other NBA stuff that we want to hit on, including sharp Summer League action is coming in a little bit here. Sam, these win totals with big differences to what we just saw. The biggest difference based on the result of this past season is Philadelphia. We brought up Philadelphia saying how the under hit by a mile. It was the biggest gap between the win total and the final result. Under 50.5, 24 wins on the year. And now it's going the opposite direction. They say positive regression is coming. That's what the betting market is saying. So after their 24-win season, now the win total's back up to 43 in the hook in a very weak East.
I love that number. If everything goes right and you get what you can out of Embiid, maybe 70 games, MVP caliber play, they're going to win 50. They could. And I think they're very happy with the selection of VJ Edgecombe out of Baylor. So you got Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey. You bring in Edgecombe. Their bench is solid. The problem last year was that their bench became their starters because guys were just crushed by injury. So that's a team that could certainly fly over the number. And think about this. You're getting a number that is 9 wins lower than it was last year. Because the win total on Philly, according to John Ewing, who covers sports betting for BetMGM, he said the Philly number last year was 52.5. Now it's 43.5. So you're already able to buy a dip on a team that was lined in the 50s last year. And it really does come down to Embiid. If you're going to tell me right now that Joel Embiid plays 65 games, they're going to go over 43.5. It will happen.
What is Tatum, Porzingis, and Holiday worth to the win total? That's the question. 61 wins this past season. They make it 43.5. I don't know it's that they made enough of an adjustment, but that's big time, man. 17.5 wins.
They got absolutely smoked this offseason in several ways. And it's not just the star players. I mean, they lost Drew Holiday. Let's also add him into the mix. Luke Cornett is no longer there. Not that he's a guy more than a win or two, but you think about all the subtractions from the team. Man, it's a lot. It's a lot to replace. And according to ESPN right now, the starting lineup next year for the Boston Celtics, Derek White, Anthony Simons, Jaylen Brown, George Niang, Luka Garza. That's a 30-win
gross.
team.
That's not an above 500 team, and that's where the win total is.
It's not. But that's the brand. That's the brand of Boston basketball. They've been so good. I mean, go back. When did Boston start to get good again? 2016, 2017-ish, when they bring in Horford and they bring in Gordon Hayward and they start to build this up under Brad Stevens. Well, Stevens was the coach. Danny Ainge was the GM. But here you go. In 2013-14, the Boston Celtics won 25 games. They were 25 and 57. After that, 40, 48, 53, 55, 49, 48. There was a 36 in there where they made the playoffs. 51, 57, 64, 61. So all people know last 10 years is, oh, this is a good or great team. You can't make the Celtics like 34.5 because you're going to write nothing but over money there. So you have to float it up a little bit and try and entice some of that under money because people still look at Derek White and Jaylen Brown and, Joe Mazzulla and all that, and they think, oh, well, they could figure it out. I don't think that, but you're never going to get a fair number on Boston. You're going to pay that tax, especially off a 61-win season.
If I'm betting the big injuries or big trades in the Eastern Conference, I'm betting under on Boston 43.5, and I would go over on Indiana 39.5. Just had 50 wins. So, of course, no Halliburton for the year. We still have, of course, Siakam, Matherin, Neesmith, Nemhard, T.J. McConnell coming off the bench. Obi Toppin had big moments throughout the playoffs. They still have most of their dudes. I think they're going to be a 500 team, and if they're 500, they're going over the win total.
Yeah, I totally get it. I mean, you said the wins have to come from somewhere, and that's a team that still has a good amount of talent, and it's a very attainable number. It's not going to be difficult to get over that number because the adjustments or the under adjustments have already been made with the Halliburton injury and the loss of Turner and all that. I mean, you just laid it out, but they still have the depth. And I respect the hell out of Rick Carlisle. Have I said that enough in the last 4 months? I mean, that guy knows how to coach. And winning games in the East is a lot easier than winning games in the West. So I tend to agree with you there. Before we get to some Summer League futures that I wanted to share with you and share with everybody, Vegas Rick hit 2 teams in the 40 to 50 to 1 range to win the Summer League. So that's exciting. I don't know if it's going to happen, but he goes, those numbers are wrong. I saw this. I have a Bulls fan that sent me a message this morning, and this is a report from Evan Sidery, who covers the NBA for Forbes. Nikola Jokic is not signing an extension with the Nuggets this offseason. And it's an Instagram post that is sort of spliced together. It also says the majority of Serbians in the USA are concentrated in Illinois, particularly in the Chicagoland area. And guess what else happened, Joe? When Arturas Karnisovas was in Denver, he helped draft Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
So, according to this post, that's the Bulls' next big plan. They're going to bring the Joker to Chicago. Your reaction to that?
The Jokic headlines everywhere over the past 24 hours. They probably shouldn't be headlines. I guess because it's an NBA superstar and he decides against something with his contract, so that's going to make waves and people are going to end up talking about it. He didn't want to sign the extension because if he waits 1 year, he gets $80 million more. It's not that complicated. If your agent makes you sign that extension right now and you bypass the $80 million that is waiting for you a year from now, they need to be fired immediately and never be an agent for anybody anywhere. It's not that complicated, guys. And so, yeah, if you want to run with that storyline, go ahead. That's fine. I find it laughable. What about you with the Serbian connection to Chicago? Is that even a thing?
No. Do you think Jokic and his big brothers who are covered in tattoos are thinking, we want to go to Chicago? No, not what's happening. His brothers are bigger than him, by the way, if you've ever seen his brothers in action. There was one year where his brothers got into, I don't want to say a fight, but a tussle in the stands. Those are 2 Serbs you do not want to mess with. They're not as tall as Nikola, but they are massive human beings. I just think, the Bulls are very good at bringing in marquee free agents over the years, right? Think about Ben Wallace back in the day, Eddie Robinson, Dwayne Wade on the back 9, Pau Gasol.
Dude,
they always get their guy.
Long ago. You were asking me, when's the last time they signed a big free agent? And one that I was genuinely excited about at the time was Ben Wallace. And I think I was listening to The Score in Chicago, like driving out to my buddy's house in the suburbs when the news broke. And it was huge at the time. Signed a 4-year deal, $50-some million. Sam, that was 2006, 20 years ago almost. It's like, yeah, they're not getting involved in this. It's not happening. He just hangs on, he waits a year, and he makes so much more money. It's not that complicated, but people can get excited because there's always movement in the NBA. There's always rumors, and that's the exciting stuff when it comes to the NBA. But no, yeah, you can throw together Karnisovas and Serbian population and tell yourself whatever story you want. He's not coming here.
I don't think it'll happen. Just like it didn't happen with LeBron and Wade and Bosh and D Rose in 2010, even though that was supposed to happen too. The free agents don't come to Chicago because they're treated poorly by ownership, and that's why the team is still in basketball hell. All right, I've teased it. I've told you during a couple of breaks. The two bets that I was sent yesterday were the Houston Rockets to win the Summer League at 40-1 and the Atlanta Hawks at 60-1. These are not my bets, but these are bets from people that I respect and bets that may not be available numerically speaking right now. I was looking at BetMGM. They don't have the Summer League market up this very second, and maybe they pop it back up later today because it does go to Vegas tomorrow. You have WNBA games today and then Summer League in Vegas Thursday, July 10. So be on the look for these. I imagine you're going to see them up everywhere later today or tomorrow morning. But the buy point on Houston was about 40, and the buy point on Atlanta was 60. I don't know that you're going to get 40 and 60 again, but if you get 35 and 50 or 30 and 55, wink, wink, I still think that they could be worth some shekels. I'm not betting Utah at 5-1 win the Summer League. Why would you bet that? You want to take a shot. I did notice, though, BetMGM has Reed Shepherd from Houston favored to win the Summer League MVP. He's 9-1. So if Reed Shepherd is favored to win the MVP, shouldn't the Rockets be shorter? Well, 40-1 last night, and I know that got bet, and I know that Atlanta got bet. Atlanta was actually 80-1 yesterday morning, and that got hit. So somebody cleaned the 80, down to 70, down to 60. This guy bet 60. I don't know who's got it up right now, but those were the teams. Houston, Atlanta to win the Summer League at big prices.
Two teams that a lot of people excited about. Houston in the West and Atlanta in the Eastern Conference. That Atlanta win total 46.5 for the upcoming season. Houston, even higher than last year, 54.5. We'll transition to some football, NFL, and college. Jeff Schwartz from Fox Sports drops by. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Back here, Bet Sweats, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. BetMGM Network is Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Dogs are barking. What does that mean? What does that mean? We're betting today in the WNBA. Jeff Schwartz is with us, Fox Sports, Sirius XM at Jeff Schwartz over on X. Make sure you follow him over there. Jeff, what are we betting today? We'll get to some NFL, some college football, but we know you get down on just about every sport out there.
There's a WNBA game starting in 1 hour. 1 hour, 11 a.m. on today's a Wednesday, right? 11 a.m. Mm-hmm. I just bet the first half under. Do you guys want to play basketball at 11 a.m.? It's an outrageous start time. The Fever play at 12, by the way, so they're not much better. I took the first half under yesterday, and the Sky. I don't even know who they played. Sky played someone, and it hit by like 3 points. So I just took the under today. I mean, come on, like seriously. We talk about college basketball, right? Like during tournament time when they play at 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m., you take the first half under, right? I mean, it's the same idea here. The game is super early. It's really an awkward start time, so I just bet the under. It's at 11 o'clock. I don't have access to watch it either, so hope it goes well.
I have a feeling you'll find a way. You
probably
do.
Yeah, I'll find a way to get. I'll just be following it on social media.
I was getting texts yesterday, Joe, during the last hour of our show. Jeff is sweating the first half under in the WNBA, only to be outdone, though, by the amount of times you've bet Angel Reese to miss her first shot, right? You've been doing that as well.
Yes.
Yeah, if I can find it, it's hard to find. I'm not on those exchanges or, the I think that's what they're called, right? The one where you can just sort of, they're not real sports books. But my offshore had it for a while, and I bet it as much as I could. And then they just took it off because it hits too much is my guess. I mean, I was laying like 160 on it. I mean, it was like, it was hitting. I think they let me get down like $38. So, but I will, if I can find it, I will wager on it, because I would say that she probably has missed, 75% of her first shots, maybe more. I think those guys have only lost like 3 times all season.
Wow. Yeah, that's been an entertaining thing to watch. I can't believe $1.60, man. When you were saying that you've been betting it, I haven't been able to find it, and I assume that the price would be like $3 as much as it seems to be hitting, but only $1.60. Huh.
One of my offshores had it. That was it. I just looked right now.
Okay.
It doesn't have it. So it maybe depends on the game, because I think they do play again tonight. So I'm trying to find it. Not up yet. Maybe it pops sooner than later, but if I can find it, I will look. I will wager on it.
I'll give you $30, but I get plus 180. How about that? You can lay $2.
No chance. I mean, can you imagine that to miss your first shot is priced like that? I mean, that's how much it happens, which is kind of crazy that a professional athlete, you can wager on them basically not doing their best job on the first play of the game. It's kind of crazy.
With Jeff Schwartz, Fox Sports, Sirius XM. Let's talk some college football. Early projections. Give us the team that the win total is way off. They're probably viewed as maybe closer to the middle in their conference, but they're going to be up near the top. Everyone is going to look for this year's Indiana. I think that's going to be like the buzz phrase. Do you have a team that you have marked that is going to wildly outperform their expectations?
Well, I think Sam is not going to like this one, but I think Utah is going to be over 7.5 wins. Last year they went through, really the last 2 years have gone through just injuries after injuries after injuries after injuries. And I would imagine that's not going to happen this season. And they're going to go in the year with an actual quarterback who's going to play. Remember last year, the joke was, Cam Rising every week was questionable, and then eventually he wasn't. They have said they're going to change the offense, which I need to see. But their schedule's not bad. They play games at home that are manageable. It's hard to play there at home when things are going correctly. I trust the coaching staff. I trust the defense. I think they bounce back in a big way this year. And I trust Kyle Whittingham. If they can just stay healthy, the problem is just health at quarterback and a new offense. I like Utah to overperform.
We had so much info last year on Cam Rising. We were so good with the Rising info, and it never mattered. And then didn't we bet Utah really big No. We bet Oklahoma State really big.
Yes,
because
Utah
they were saying that Rising was probably going to come back on Monday and Tuesday, and then he didn't come back, and we knew that. We had the information, and we bet Oklahoma State. And who was the quarterback? Alan Bowman or whatever.
Alan Bowman.
Horrible. Yeah. And we did not get home with Oklahoma State, and then of course the next game Utah lost. So it's like we had the info, we couldn't peg Utah right in terms of like covering or not covering. We've heard a lot, man, about Illinois. Yeah. And it's not just this show. It's everywhere. Joe secretly cut a Joel Klatt clip and played it yesterday. He has Illinois as the number one most likely team to make the playoff for the first time. Ahead of Ole Miss, ahead of Miami, ahead of Iowa. And Klatt also said that Illinois is this year's Indiana. Now, I'm not trying to make this about Joel Klatt because I do like Klatt and I respect his takes. I don't think that's a 10-win team. I don't think that's a playoff team. Where are you on Bielema, Illinois, the conservative offense? Because they don't open it up, Jeff. They play a lot of tight games. Where are you on the Illini?
Well, first, you have to look at the schedule, right? And the schedule is pretty manageable. Just Ohio State, no Penn State, no Oregon, no Michigan. So it certainly is pretty beneficial if you want to have a good season, right? That's a start to that. But I think when we look at a team like Illinois last year that overachieved, a lot of times, those sort of mid-major, for lack of a better term, Power 5 teams that overachieve in 1 year, they kind of come back to earth the next year, right? Like they don't have a ton of dynamic offensive playmakers that are around. The guys graduated from last season. I watched them get dominated by Oregon last year, like to Sammy's point, kind of a slow offense, especially when they lose their top players. Imagine if they didn't win that weird game at Rutgers last season. We'd look at them much differently, right? That one loss, it was a really odd game if you remember that. So I'm not high on Illinois, and their win total, I believe, is 7.5. That's what it's set at. 8.5. I mean, So even Vegas is sort of telling you that, like, hey, maybe they're 8-4, right? I mean, 9-3. That's a good team, not a great team. So I'm always. It's hard for me to go in on a team that overachieved last season because the college football doesn't work like that, right? Like a mid-major Power 5 team shoots up 1 year, typically comes back down next year. But again, the schedule's pretty manageable, right? They get Ohio State at home, which is nice. They go to Wisconsin, they go to Washington, they go to Indiana. Who knows what Indiana will be this year, even though Mendoza, I think, is really good, their quarterback. Mendoza might be like the best quarterback no one really pays attention to because he played at Cal last season. Duke can ball. Like Indiana's offensively with Mendoza will be good again this year. I just don't know if they have enough talent again to compete the top end of the conference. But I'm out on Illinois as a playoff team. I probably would look at the under more than anything else, just based off kind of traditional comps of college football.
All right, what about the rest of the Big Ten, Jeff? What is your strongest opinion? It could be a winner. It could be a team coming back down to earth. Win total either direction. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, my strongest opinion is to put Oregon and Penn State in some sort of a CFP parlay. I mean, they're going to be playoff teams. And do they go over their win total? Basically depends on, do you believe they're going to win the game against each other? Because look, Penn State has Ohio State they can't seem to beat. And they have Oregon. And otherwise, their schedule is good. And we know this about James Franklin's team, right? When they're a favorite between 7 and like 20 points, all he does is he covers those games all the time. Their schedule is so manageable. Oregon schedule, super manageable, right? Since the Oregon State loss a couple years ago, but just in general, Dan Lanning's teams have not lost games they should not lose. It's not going to start this season. It's a very talented team. And so Oregon and Penn State are looking at no worse than 10-2. They both might meet again in the Big Ten championship game. So I think those two teams finding a way to get them in some sort of college football, make it playoff parlay, maybe throw in Georgia or something like that. I just don't see how either of these teams don't make the playoff based on their schedule, their talent, and just the way they play under their coaches.
What are you hearing about Alabama? Is their excitement, is their dread about DeBoer not being able to recruit and sustain? I mean, that's a very polarizing team. And we know what other coaches and quarterbacks have said about, well, Coach Nick ain't there anymore to help save this mess. Where are you on Bama? That's a very attainable win total, 9.5, but I don't know, man.
I'll just say this about Kalen DeBoer. Everywhere he's been at every level, NAIA, right? Fresno State, Washington, anywhere he's been, all he's done is win football games. And I don't think that stops at Alabama. Last year was a big transition year for him, right? He goes to this new job, this big job. They go through the roster. Half the roster left. He had to bring in a whole nother half roster. The recruiting is fine. I don't understand. The recruiting rankings show that they can still recruit. And you're right. Their schedule is very manageable, right? They're at Georgia, hard game, but off a bye. They go to South Carolina, who I think is going to be good, but I would imagine they're good. Then they get LSU at home, Oklahoma at home. They end the year with 3 straight home games. I go over before I go under. I think it's we can't use last year in that situation where it's coming in, following a legend, and then putting your own mark on the program is the way it's always going to be. Yes, he's not Nick Saban, but look what he did everywhere else. Obviously, players respect him. He knows how to win. Entering last season, I think he had only 11 losses as a coach ever. Like he's done a remarkable job everywhere he's been. He didn't forget how to coach. So I think Alabama's going to be good. Now, how good, I don't know, but they're going to be much better this season. I don't know why people are so down on DeBoer because he's not Nick Saban. I mean, no one's Nick Saban, but we know the results everywhere else. Why can't he do it? They have good offensive line. As we know, Proctor might be the first tackle drafted coming up. They have wide receivers. They have talent on defense. They should be a good football team.
With Jeff Schwartz, Sirius XM, and Fox Sports here on BetSweats, Joe O, Sammy P. We know that in the Heisman, you don't want to be the offseason favorite. The offseason favorite is Arch Manning. There's a few names at the very top. It's pretty close. Do you have a dark horse? Do you have a name that you like for the Heisman?
I mean, no, that was for, I took Sellers first overall. So that's not not obviously a Heisman wager. I mean, I like Lagway a lot of Florida if he can stay healthy, but they don't know if they're going to win enough to be in that conversation, right? Because guys, winning matters, right? Like you can't be a 6'6" quarterback or 7-5, something like that, and be in the Heisman discussion. He's really good. I'll just say this: so Dante Moore at Oregon is plus 2,000. They've put two straight quarterbacks, two different quarterbacks into the Heisman discussion 2 straight years: Bo Nix and Dylan Gabriel. At 20-1, it's a good number for I think a guy who's more talented than both those guys, at least on paper. And is going to get a chance to run the Oregon offense. I think that right now sounds pretty appetizing. That's where I would lean. The other one is this, and I have wager on him. John Mateer at Oklahoma, guys. Again, the winning matters in this discussion, but John Mateer can ball. I don't know if people watch much Washington State football. It would not surprise me if he was in New York for the Heisman Trophy present. Guys, go look at his numbers. Go look at his play. He can run. He can pass the ball. Oklahoma's got to be better. I mean, again, this is part of the discussion. You have to be good. Your team does to be in this discussion. But John Mateer to me feels like a really good long shot opportunity.
It's a big upgrade from Jackson Arnold.
Yes.
Undoubtedly.
Huge.
And there was a lot of issues last year at receiver. And we saw that play out over the course of the year. They decided, hey, we don't need receivers. So
and they got hurt too. They a bunch of guys
injuries,
hurt,
right? But there was no depth behind the guys that went down. So you know that Oklahoma is going to be fine defensively. I don't know about elite, but as long as Venables is there, they should be just fine. If they can corral any sort of rhythm in that receiver room with that quarterback, that's a sneaky playoff team, is it not?
It absolutely is. I don't want to overstate the John Mateer hype, but the guy is legit. He's really good. They brought us OC to Oklahoma as well, which is super impactful. And you're right. Wide receiver last year was a problem. Injuries in depth. They corrected that. They're going to be good on defense. Guys, the thing about defense that I think we sometimes don't talk about enough that matters. I'm not sure it matters to gambling, but it matters. Is that when a defense doesn't get support from an offense, they tend to crumble. It's an emotional position. They need to feel that they are backed up by the offense. It's hard to play defense for multiple quarters when your offense is punting the ball, throwing interceptions, and you get nothing. Eventually, they crumble on defense. Offenses figure it out. They use tempo. They finally tire defense out. When a defense gets a little bit of help from the offense, they're so much better. So if we think that Oklahoma's offense is upgraded with John Mateer and the new OC and the wide receivers, the defense will probably play better. They'll have some support offensively. They won't have as many reps. They'll be playing from ahead. Defenses play better when they're from ahead. They rush the passer. They're aggressive. They get after you. The noise matters, right? So I think that the defense will be better if the offense is better, which I think we all agree is going to happen.
At Jeff Schwartz over on X. Make sure you check him out. Also, Fox Sports, Sirius XM. Jeff, best of luck with your WNBA first half unders today. We appreciate your time.
45
Today's
minutes
MLB
tip.
card.
Let's go.
Next. Might have to follow right here on Bet Sweats.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Today's MLB card coming up. Had a great day yesterday. We'll try to carry that over to today. I just want to point out, Sam, in that Jeff Schwartz conversation, it's funny. Like, there are certain things when you prepare for a season, whatever the sport, that you keep hearing that pop up again in conversation. Didn't even bring it up, but they pop up. And like we talked a lot about yesterday about Illinois is a very hot team, even though Jeff is not on them. Another guest brought up John Mateer. Didn't even ask about him, but like people are onto that. They're talking about Mateer at Oklahoma, that he could have a big season. And sometimes people are right when it comes to that. Let me ask you this. I'm going to go to the Mateer range. Let's call it 18 to 22. Who would you go with? Mateer is 22 to 1. The first spot I see without shopping these prices because they don't have them all posted. Lagway, 18. Carson Beck, 20. CJ Carr, 22. Simpson and Williams, both 22 at Alabama. Do you have a favorite from that group in that range?
I think I'd go Beck at 22.
Would you?
But
okay.
That is not, as you alluded to yesterday, that is not the ceiling of the range. There's a book yesterday that was dealing 37 to 1 on Carson Beck. Now, that number may no longer be there because people do watch the show and they bet accordingly. Nope, it's still there. So BetMGM has 25. There's a book in the market that has Carson Beck at 37 to 1. Don't bet the 20s and the 22s and the 25s when there's a 37 out there. And understand, if Carson Beck can deal and beat the defending runners-up Notre Dame week number 1 on Sunday night when everybody's watching, where does the 37 go? Where does the 25 go? And Joe, I got people that know this Miami program very well. He's going to catch the ball. He's going to turn and throw it. I mean, go watch Cam Ward tape. The protection is there. Now, the receivers were a lot better last year than this year, at least on the surface. They're going to have to prove that they can hang with the guys that left last year, like Restrepo's in the NFL, and a couple other guys are gone. But if they can find that talent in the state of Florida and in the portal, which they've attacked, if those guys can produce, this is a kid who was one of the Heisman favorites last year coming into the season. And now he's 25 to 1, 37 to 1. That would be the guy I would look at. And we don't even like Carson Beck as a person, right? He's kind of a diva. Lost his Lamborghini. Lamborghini got stolen. I mean, that doesn't happen to every quarterback in the country. But the talent is there and the system is there. Look at what they did last year with Cam Ward. That's where quarterbacks go to thrive. And you think about the quarterbacks that Mario has had, Justin Herbert, Cam Ward, those are top 6 picks. Cam Ward went first. So this could be a good thing for Carson Beck, leaving Georgia, leaving the SEC. The defenses are nowhere near as good as they were in the SEC. This could be good for him.
This is going to be your favorite conference this year. You like Clemson. I don't want to say love. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You like Clemson early on. You're talking me into Beck. Just at this number, you're right. You should probably do something. And they're in a position where if it is positive for Beck, like that number is going to plummet. Correct. Mateer, the best number that you can see is 25 to 1. That is over at BetMGM for Heisman. But this is your conference. This is all you, man.
And it's very top heavy. Last year you had some weird things going on in the ACC. I fully expect this to be Clemson, Miami, and everybody else. The cream is going to rise this year.
Yep. Totally agree. Joe Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. We'll get to some college football week 1 numbers coming up in 15 minutes from right now. But first, we've got today's MLB card. A lot of fascinating storylines of Major League Baseball, a lot of big winning streaks, losing streaks on the positive side. The Blue Jays got their 10th straight win last night, and we heard from a listener viewer, they kind of got screwed on that bet. They followed us talking about that two-team money line parlay with Boston and Toronto. That's a winner for most people, but not all people.
Right. This is what happens when you play in the offshore market or with the street guys. They make the rules. Now, most house rules with the legal shops, it doesn't matter if the game is final in 5, 6, 7, whatever, the money line plays. That's the way it works. Now, the totals, if you say you have under 8.5 and a game finishes 4-0 in 7, that's a wash. That's a push, a cancellation, whatever, because the game has to go 9 for the total. But on the money line, that's a winner. If a game doesn't go 9, it doesn't matter at most places. So this is the tweet that we got from Tecmo, at Tecmo70. And I'll get to a couple other tweets we got last night. I love when people tweet at us, and it's nice to give people winners, although we will lose quite a bit as well. Said he had his Jays bets canceled for rain-shortened game. He did, though. He posted a slip. They paid out his Blue Jays team total over 4.5. They paid that out. He singled that. So, Oh, no, wait a minute. They canceled that one, too. Never mind. I have the slip right here.
Come on.
So they canceled.
How do you cancel that? They went
brutal.
over the number. It's
brutal.
Oh.
Yeah, I misread the slip. I'm just looking at it now in real time. I thought that they counted the total. So he bet Blue Jays over 4.5. They canceled that. And then he had hooked the Red Sox and the Jays, and they only paid out the Red Sox side. So he still technically won something. But how did they not pay a money line bet that won? They literally won the game.
I guess the argument on the team total is if it goes under, they'll say that we're canceling the bet too. I don't know that that's the case. You can't say, okay, let's look at the result, and that's how you make your decision. So totals, probably all totals are off the board. So that would be the argument there. But it goes down as a W for Toronto. They now have a 10-game win. How are we debating this? The game was over. It was deemed official. You got to pay that money line.
I agree. I tweeted at him and said, buddy, you got hosed on this. That's bad business right there. The totals, I understand, because the totals have to go to the 9th inning. That's how it's always been. And you and I have been betting for 20 plus years. I had a lot of totals that either should have won or should have lost that got bonged because of shorter games. 7, 8. Rain comes in. They bong the game. It's final. Total gets washed. I don't recall ever having a money line bet that won get canceled because the game didn't go 9. But I would shoot a text there, Tecmo. I would shoot a note. But we got a bunch of messages last night. Read a couple. Jeff Jensen said, this is why I listened to Bet Sweats on, and he capitalized bet blank blank, which you said yesterday. He capitalized it, which is very funny. He goes, nice call. Thanks, guys. And then Kevin at Pay That Man, Brewers money line plus money. It pays to listens to Bet Sweats. Well, it did yesterday. We'll see about today now. Now that we've gargled ourselves for the last 4 minutes, I can't wait to see how we lose tonight.
I know. I was getting a little uncomfortable as you were reading those. I'm like, okay, well,
they are tweets
for today.
These are not burner accounts. These are real tweets. So now we're going to go 0-3 tonight.
Yeah. As soon as I read that one from Jeffrey, I'm like, oh God, yeah. But still, some people still call it that, which I understand. I'm even doing it as a host. Today's card, I've got 4 possibilities circled. One is just a super high price. I don't even know if I can get there, even part of a parlay. Where do you want to go on today's card?
So they just blasted the side that I'm against, which is fine. They also blasted the Dodgers yesterday, earlier in the day, and that didn't win. I was talking yesterday about Washington, and this opened overnight. St. Louis at home with Pallant against Mackenzie Gore, who I expect to have a longer leash today than maybe he's had for a while. And I went back and I looked at some of his starts, and there are a lot of early hooks 5 innings, 6 innings, and then the Nats fall apart because the bullpen is horrible. And I've read clippings about how PO'd he is about having wins ripped out of his talons. Paraphrasing there, of course. He doesn't have talons. He's not an eagle. But earlier this morning, it was close to a pick'em. It was St. Louis minus 112, minus 114, give or take. If you look at the board now, St. Louis is out to minus 126, minus 130. That's fine. I am not scared of that push. And I will still bet Washington. And now I can get plus 110 at multiple places, including MGM. Pinnacle and Chris have even better numbers, plus 14. So if you have those outs, fine. I like to give the best number, but I also like to give the best domestic number because that's what everybody can bet. So let's call it plus 110. I'm betting Gore, and I think the Nats are very live today. That's not a hot take. They're a very small dog, but I think Gore is going to go 7+, and I'm sure he's going to be pitching with a lot of emotion today, which could backfire in his face, but I like this spot for Gore today.
Okay. Check in. I'm curious what the strikeout prop is for Mackenzie Gore today in this one. It is 5.5, juiced slightly to the over in that spot. So, no, you circled this. You got to stick with it, man. You like the 5.5? Yeah, it's just slightly juiced. Not too much there. Maybe minus 118, minus 120 there. All right, my guess on why St. Louis is getting some money, people are realizing, wait, when we look at this matchup, Gore against St. Louis with these hitters in the Cardinals lineup, we're talking about a 68 plate appearance sample size. They're hitting 397 with a 376 expected batting average. So it's not like just unlucky there. So my guess is that's why they're betting it. Because typically after firings, those teams get bet. Right? Or maybe since you've had a couple of days since it's occurred, since it goes down later on Sunday or whatever, people kind of forgot. But yeah, no, I'm not going to play it. The history scares me a little bit, but I'm not saying you got to flip it and take St. Louis in that one. So understand where you're coming from there. I like, there's a couple of favorites here that I think if you put together, you'd get a nice number here. I'm not going to go Boston. Boston, boy, $3. Big favorite, fading Colorado. The Red Sox offense is on fire, and Lucas Giolito is rolling. Sam, last 5 starts, a sub-1 ERA for Giolito. This is a guy that we were like writing off for the season. Like this, is this someone you want to bet against every single time? But now he's a bet-on guy, especially with this offense at home. Yeah, Boston's going to win. I don't think it'll juice your parlay if you put them in anything, though. Like we did it yesterday because it wasn't even $2. But at $3, probably not going to do it, even though Boston's going to win and they're probably going to win handily.
They will win. But when you're laying $3, there's not a lot you can do there. Let me bounce this one off you. I know we like Toronto because the White Sox are horrible. As bad as the Rockies are, the White Sox are in the team photo. How about a Toronto and LA Dodgers parlay at plus 175? You like Glass now tonight, right?
Okay, so I think a bunch of these. It's a getaway. I think that one's an afternoon game, so we'll have to get it in early. I do have the Dodgers circled in a 2-team parlay. I just picked a different second team. But it's not a bad idea. I was looking at, rolling with the Blue Jays to win their 11th in a row at the White Sox. That's not a bad idea either. But the other one that I was looking at was San Diego. They win 1-0 over Arizona last night. You've got Cease going up against Arizona. Against these Diamondbacks, Cease, 19 strikeouts, 2 walks. Brandon Pfaadt, awful against the Padres lineup. They're hitting 349 against him, a 371 on base. And San Diego, minus 140 favorites. So I was thinking if you put San Diego, LA together, that's a possibility. You throwing out Toronto, I think that's pretty strong as well.
I like this Toronto side, but I'd hook it. I'm not trying to lay $1.50, $1.60 straight most times. But Blue Jays and Dodgers feels pretty solid at plus 170. I like the Padres look too, though. Let's stay hot, buddy. We've definitely talked about how hot we are enough, so no pressure.
So if we go, why the hell not? I just had to check what the 3-leg parlay is on those 3 winners. Plus 363 for those 3. Dodgers, San Diego, Toronto. Probably want to pick 2 of them. Probably. All right. Let's keep things rolling in Major League Baseball. College football, week 1. There's some good games. Before the NFL gets started, the week 1 slate is pretty stacked. We're going to talk about the numbers on the other side. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats with you on a Wednesday. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Vegas. We'll talk to John Murray coming up in about 20 minutes. Welcome back, Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We will take a look at college football week number 1. Some of these lines in some big games. Finally, like a lot of times it's like a soft open, kind of a weak schedule. College football knows you're paying attention anyways, and they don't give you great games. Got some pretty good games coming up week 1 this year as we wait on those games. Sam, I know you have a T-shirt that you wanted to unveil to everyone as we are here on Twitter Live this hour right here. Bet_sweats, Bet_sweats. What you got there? You said that Gertch would be very happy, so I'm guessing it's not a David Bowie shirt. What do you got?
It is not. I wore this for Gertch, so I'm going to stand up here on camera and try my best to still talk into the mic. This is a Stone Cold Royal Rumble.
Oh! Wait, why is that for Gertch?
Look at that. Well, he's a bald guy with facial hair that likes to drink beer, right? Isn't that Gertch? No?
Let's go.
Stone
Cold.
I didn't know.
And the
You like
Attitude
Stone
Era.
Cold?
Of course.
Oh, Stone Cold was my favorite.
Dude, yeah. Anytime I run into like a doc on the Attitude Era, I stop. There was one that was like a 20 episode one. No, it's WWE versus WCW. That
On
one
Peacock.
was
On
pretty
Peacock,
strong.
isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. I think so. Or it's there now, at least. I watched every episode of that. I get sucked in by those. Those are it's in my algorithm now. A lot of these interviews now, the wrestlers that are still living, they're telling like the true story behind the scenes of what was going on in the time. I stop every time. Good stuff. Like Bischoff, I'll listen to that guy talk forever. I think he's very entertaining, even though I hated him at the time.
Yeah, the DX one is also very good. There's an NWO
DX.
one that's very good, and then of course
You red
the
and black or
NWO.
black and white?
I was the Wolfpack. Don't turn your back.
Oh,
on the
100%.
Wolfpack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh!
Is that you or is that Jeff Schwartz's dog? I can't tell. Who
That was
that?
hilarious. I was like, what are we in for? Is this going to be happening for 15 minutes? We only got one howl at the very end. Maybe
Jeff
it's for the
also-
WNBA first half unders.
As big as Jeff is, and Jeff was listed when he played at 6'6", and I want to say 300 and let me get this right here. Football Reference has Jeff at 6'6", 330 pounds. Now he's not that big anymore because he's not playing football and having to be this man that moves everybody around. But the dog is as big as Jeff. It is a massive. Oh yeah, it's a huge dog, huge.
Man, I thought Tucker was big, so he's got to be like double that. It's like it's not a Great Dane, or what is it? Do you know?
Oh, it's a shepherd mix of some sort. Like it's a massive dog.
See, listen, you're an 8-year offensive lineman. You're a bigger dude. You've always been a bigger dude. Not like you mentioned, not that size anymore. You can't be walking around with a poodle in your hand. You can't. There's a certain threshold that you've got to cross. But you're right about Jeff. Like you can tell, he's taking it easy. That happens with offensive linemen. Like Olin Kreutz with Chicago Bears. Like you seem like you're the same dude that I used to watch every Sunday. They like shed 75, 100 pounds like it's nothing. I saw Jeff like post his shrimp and rice like for dinner all the time when he's cooking.
Yeah. David Dykstra's right. I did still have I just put the shirt on today for the first time. I have the sticker on the shirt. So I'm going to just throw that away.
Oh, you just ordered it?
No, I just got it. My brother gave it to me. I don't even.
That's awesome.
He's like, dude, the sticker's on the shirt still. Yes, it was. Busted hard.
DX. I'd buy a DX shirt. I had one at one time. So did you like The Rock or no? Because you were stone cold. Did you hate him?
I liked Rocky Maivia. I didn't like The Rock.
Oh, really? I like The Rock. I mean, when he was kind of heel. Not the entire time. But yeah. Stone Cold was awesome. I mean, you never knew it. Here, I'm going to drive this beer truck into the stadium, and I'm just going to hose my boss. It's like you would watch it and be like, oh, that'd be awesome.
And then remember they started bringing wrestlers around. WCW brought Rodman and Karl Malone. And then The WWF brought in Mike Tyson to officiate that match. I think it was WrestleMania, Stone Cold against Shawn Michaels. And Tyson joined DX, but then he turned on Shawn Michaels in the match. Oh, the storyline. Imagine just being in that room writing out the storylines. There's nothing better than some of those late 90s wrestling storylines.
You can't even do a lot of the gyrations that they did then now. All day. Suck it. Like you get in trouble if you say that. You can't just go around saying suck it.
Yeah.
We got two words for you.
I have a buddy who has a long-winded theory that anybody who grew up watching wrestling is a jag because he grew up watching wrestling with the Attitude Era and all that. And it's like, oh, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's not a bad theory. All right, let's take a look at these week 1 numbers we have in college football. Big games, man. You've got Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Florida State. Alabama, a big favorite on the road, but it's still like people look at Florida State, they get interested. Clemson, LSU, that's a field goal game. Notre Dame, Miami, field goal game as well. Utah, UCLA at the Rose Bowl. And that is just a 4.5-point spread. So there's what looks to be some competitive games that will keep people glued to their TV all day, week number 1 in college football.
Man, I am so pumped for this game on the 30th. This will be Saturday, August 30th. Texas, Ohio State.
Texas.
I mean, how do you not start there? That is the game of games. That is also a game. I know we're talking about the week 1 or I lose track of week 0. Do we still do week 0? I guess technically we do week 0 still. Not a big week 0. No, they do. Week 0 this year has 1, 2, 3, 4 games on Saturday. And then we turn the page to Thursday. But college football dominates that whole weekend, week 1. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And we'll talk about the Sunday game in a second. But that's a game. Ohio State, Texas, and I'll give you the number. Texas is a 3-point dog at Ohio State, and the total's in the low 50s, 50.5, 51.5. I'll tell you my thought process there. I don't have a side on the game right now, but have we not learned that it's probably a good idea to just take whoever loses that game and bet them to win the national title and just put that in your portfolio? I mean, especially if it's a close game, say it's tied third quarter and then somebody wins by a touchdown or 2 touchdowns in the fourth, pulls away late. Say Ohio State wins like 31-17. I'm just throwing that out there. That's not my prediction. It's just if that happens, how do you not consider Texas, which will probably float out to 9-1 to win the title?
You think?
I mean, could potentially 8, 750, whatever.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Arch Manning's first real road start against a formidable opponent. And people are going to overreact and say Arch is overrated and he's never going to be Peyton or Eli. And that's why the float happens, because we start making grand statements after one result against a top 3 team in the country. So if Texas loses by double digits, you bet your ass I'm going to bet them right after they lose. Right after they lose, I'll put them in my pocket to win the title. That's what I'm thinking.
Top 2 favorites. They are the co-favorites over at BetMGM. Texas and Ohio State. Both of them sitting 5-1. Georgia, your third favorite at plus 650. Penn State plus 800. Yeah, that was my first thought when you mentioned the team that loses early on, like you're losing to potentially a really, really good team, a championship contender. How much do you float that number? I do wonder that. I don't know that we get to 9 because Clemson's sitting there at 9 as the 6th favorite, but you will get a better number. But that's the idea. Whether it's week 1, middle of the season, if you still fully expect the team to make the playoff and you believe in the team, everything they do, pedigree, coaching, quarterback, why wouldn't you just buy the best number? We don't know what the path is going to be. It's not going to be like last year where you have these teams that get buys that don't deserve buys because of the changes that they've made. But I think you're right, that if you have a strong opinion, we're all about getting the best number. This team is going to be in the team photo when it comes to championship contenders. This team is going to be in the playoff. They just lost, Joe. I don't care. That means now is the time to buy because you're getting much better odds.
I like Toledo week number 1. They're going to be catching, let's see, right now you can take 10.5. This opened 11.5. And some books are all the way down to 10 now, but you could take 10.5 at BetMGM. I know people don't want to put bets in their accounts for multiple weeks, but Jason Candle as a dog is outstanding. And I think they're going to go into Kentucky and fight. I don't want to lay points with Toledo. That's a different conversation, but taking north of 10 with Toledo is probably going to get my money. And then how about the game, man? Sunday night, August 31st, prime time, because there's no NFL. Catholics, convicts. Notre Dame -3 at Miami. Who's not excited for that one?
Oh, I am. It's going to be an awesome game. That total, 54.5. It's on the high side of a lot of these games. How's Notre Dame's defense going to be going against Carson Beck? And you know the U can score. This is going to be a fun one, man. It wouldn't surprise me if it ends up being on the higher scoring end, but the market is telling you that with the number of 54.5. Notre Dame, their fans are going to have high expectations. Be damn the quarterback change. We just made it to the national championship, so we're not going to go and lose to an ACC team. Well, we'll see. It's going to be fun. Whichever team wins, whichever team comes out of this one victorious, there's going to be a lot of hype around.
Oh, I don't know that Notre Dame's going to be able to stop the Miami passing attack, and I don't think Miami's defense is going to stop Notre Dame's running game. So we could be up and down the field, up and down the field.
Clemson, LSU, Brian Kelly, rough start so far in week number 1. That's going to be a good one. You know a lot of people that like Clemson. You're one of them. Joe O, Sammy P, let's go out to Vegas next. We'll check in with the Westgate's John Murray, find out about this very fun contest, a new contest they have planned for you guys right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll go out to Vegas coming up in a minute. Check in with John Murray, VP of Race and Sports out there. Talk about a brand new college football contest that they've got going on. Yeah, I mean, Utah, UCLA, that's the one that we didn't get to that I kind of wrote down as far as week one in college football. Why are you out on Utah? Is it just you are scarred from last year? Jeff Schwartz quickly mentioned it. Like, I know Sam won't like this. I like the over 7.5 wins. Or are you just mad at the quarterback that has played 87 years and we never know if he's going to be on the field or not?
We've all had that team that you just can't get right on or against. I'll never forget the year that Purdue had Robbie Hummel and Etwan Moore and Jawan Johnson. I would bet on them, they would lose. I would bet against them, they would win. I'll never forget that. And that's like 17 years ago, Joe. That's 2008, 2009. Like, I still vividly remember that. That was last year's Utah. We beat the line sometimes 3-4 points on Utah games, and it didn't matter. We bet on them, they didn't cover. We bet against them, they covered. It was very maddening. And we were very tapped into the situation with Cam Rising. And there was one game when, remember, I was in Florida. They were playing Utah State. You and I were on the show, and it was week 2 or week 3. And the report was that Cam Rising was going to play the following weekend. And I remember telling you on the show, he's not playing. And remember, the line went from 22 down to 18, and it still was a sweat. We got home because Utah State had a front door cover at the very end. Utah was up like 24, and Utah State scored the last touchdown. It was a maddening team, even though we kept beating the market on it. It was very, very stressful.
Yeah, it was very frustrating, for sure. So Alabama's been getting criticized, and I think for decent reason. Like, you don't want to be the guy after the guy. Everybody knew there's no way you're going to match Saban, that you're going to be like, oh, hey, we found our next great coach. When they lose, the board would be under fire. We understand that. But it was a highly disappointing year. Right now, BetMGM has 12.5 point favorite. A lot of the market is at 13.5 at Florida State. Now, the Florida State thing was expected. I don't know that it was expected to be that bad, though. We're talking about a 2-10 season. Your only wins a low-scoring game against Cal, and then Charleston Southern, a gimme near the end of the year. I mean, there were a lot of just flat-out embarrassing performances from Florida State. Based on what you've seen, you think that's going to continue with Florida State?
The talent is just so good there in that state, in that part of the country, and I don't know. I don't think it could stay as bad as it's been. I'm not necessarily saying like bet them over the win total and bet them week number 1, but it's very difficult because of the talent that comes in. And, they go from 13-1 to 2-10. I would argue the truth is probably somewhere in the middle there. I mean, they could easily be a 9-win team given the talent, but I don't know. It's very difficult to assess a prestigious program like Florida State that won 2 games. Like, that's one of the hardest teams to power rate, given what they could be and given what they were the previous 2 years when they win 10 and 13. Last year was an abomination, though. I mean, to finish 2-10 and 1-7 in conference is as bad as it gets at Florida State. I don't know what to do with the Noles right now, but we have a couple weeks to figure that out. I don't know. I don't know right now.
Yep, market yet to settle on that one. Week 1 college football, Alabama, Florida State. But the ones, like we said, that people are really hyped about: Texas, Ohio State, certainly Notre Dame, Miami in that week number 1. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Now joining us from Las Vegas, I believe. Maybe we should hold off, right? Yeah, let's hold on.
Trying. trying
He
to
was.
log in.
We were getting there. I saw he signed in. Then I saw the video. Got a little excited, but now we're on pause right now for John Murray. We'll get to him coming up in just a few minutes. Major League Baseball, we were talking about that earlier in today's card. We threw out a couple of plays. There's one I did not get to. I was looking at Tampa Bay as a dog. It's tough to go against Detroit, but the Rays at the Tigers. Tigers are hot. One of the best run differentials in baseball. They pretty much have that AL Central already on lock. They've won their last 5 games. But the Rays and Littell, they have a guy who has great history against this Tigers lineup. Like that's a game where I was looking at the dog. We can get to that coming up. But first, we bring in John Murray, VP of Race and Sports at the Westgate Superbook, co-host of the Kelly and Murray Show. You can follow him on X at Vegas Murray. How you doing, John?
They're telling you to turn the phone sideways if you can, if you're able to. I know. I mean, you're 40 years old, going on 70, John, and he's gone.
That worked great, guys. What's going on? Let's just do it like this. How about that? How are we doing?
We're good. We're good. Sorry about any confusion there. College football. What did it take to finally get over the finish line and do a college football pick'em contest at the Westgate?
Well, a lot of people have tried it, guys, and it hasn't really been very successful at other books. So I see all these people on Twitter talking about how they've begged for a college contest for years. Other people have done college contests, and people haven't signed up for them. So let's see what happens this year. I think this is the first time anybody's ever done one where you can submit your picks on the app. I think that's the game changer. But let's see what happens here. A lot of people talking big about getting into this thing. Let's see them put their money where their mouth is, Sammy boy.
What do you think the struggles have been? Is it like the NFL ones have exploded so much so people are all in, whether it's Survivor, Super Contest, the ATS ones? What is it? Like 7 picks seems challenging. Like you're shooting for 4 and 3. That's tough to do. Like, what do you think the reason is?
I think the formats have been a little clunky. We didn't want to use totals on ours. I think totals move too much. You put out the lines on Wednesday. People have till Friday to submit their picks. Those totals can move a lot. And a lot of people complain that you couldn't pick the games that they wanted. It can be frustrating if you're in a pick'em contest and you decide I'm going to pick, I don't know, South Carolina or Missouri, and then that game's not on the contest card. I can see where that would be upsetting to somebody. So we're going to try to use all the Division I games, all the games where 2 Division I teams are playing against each other. So there will be more games to choose from later in the season. Because you guys know at the beginning of the year, a lot of these teams play the, what do they call those teams, Sam? FCS or whatever it's called now? I call it Division II. I call it 1AA.
Those are Crack's favorite games because, Crack doesn't like to gamble. He likes to steal, as he says.
Yeah, no comment. Who's Crack?
He was on the show yesterday and he kept talking about how much money he got from the Westgate.
Oh, good. I love hearing that, Joe. That's great.
That's good. No, I'm just kidding. So give us the rules. 7 games. You mentioned Division I, so it's wide open. And you're right. Like I've been in those. That's frustrating when you really like a game or two, and I've got to get to 7. Oh, but they're not in the top 25 or whatever. Or they're not in one of the big conferences. So what are some of the other rules? How much? What's the max and all that in payouts?
$500. You can do 10 entries per person. You can sign up until August 29th. Remember that August 30th is a really big college football Saturday. We were originally going to line up the contest with the NFL season, but the guy showed me the games on Saturday, August 30th, and I said, oh, yeah, we got to start it in August. So the deadline is August 29th. I said 10 entries per person. We're going to pay the top 10. I've already seen people on Gambling X, Sam, complaining that we're not paying enough people. I'm like, can we at least see how many people sign up before we expand how many people we're going to pay? Let's see the signups first. And then we can expand the pay table. Some of the feedback actually we got on X, I thought there were some really good ideas in there. But for now, we're going to pay 10 people. If we really do get all these people to sign up, of course, we'll expand the payments next year. Maybe even add in-season prizes next year. At a $500 buy-in, I do think there will be a lot of entries.
Humans makes the number 3,000. You think that's a little
Yeah.
steep?
What does Humans has obviously never heard of under promise over deliver, guys. You know, like I'm trying to tell my bosses, I don't know, maybe we get a couple hundred. You know, then I look like a hero if we get 1,000. Has Humans ever heard of that before? I don't know. Look, 3,000 sounds like a lot. Seriously, I mean, other casinos have tried to run these contests. I've seen other sports books with an overlay in a college contest and still not get 1,000 people. Now they were priced a little bit higher than ours, and they didn't allow mobile submissions, which I think is the game changer. But I don't know. I mean, I'd be happy if we were in the, let's call it 1,500 range. I'll go half of Humans, half of Matt Humans.
I'll give you at least 2. I can tell you that much because
Okay.
my buddy in Chicago, who I do a lot of contests with, he said we're definitely getting in, and we're getting in with 2. And I said fine. And I don't know if Joe's going to join, but I think there's too much in a lot of these NFL contests, and we don't have to name names, but I mean the huge contest with the 14, 15, 16 million dollar prize, man. Even if I have a good season, I'm probably going to lose to somebody who picks 70% because there's
Right.
too many people, and as great as the prize is, I could pick 59% and not even place, John.
So that's an interesting talking point, guys. I think if you talk to a lot of recreational players, they want that huge field. They want that huge prize pool. I think if you talk to more experienced, let's call them gamblers, contest players, they actually like the pool size to be a little smaller. It gives them, I think, in their mind, a more realistic chance to win. That's why I actually think the Westgate Super Contest Survivor Contest is going to be really popular. It's a $5,000 buy-in. We're not going to have thousands of entries at that price point. But I do think people will be like, okay, I might actually have a chance to win this contest if there's only maybe 100 people in it, 150 people versus thousands of people.
Yeah, that was my thought process. I stopped doing the ATS contest. I love them. I like tracking all of them, but I stopped doing the ATS because I realized, 60% is an amazing season. And there was one year I had 60%. I didn't cash. And then you look at it like, man, to have a real shot, you got, Sam's right, 70%. Like that's the number. That's the rub when you get more and more people involved, bigger prize pool, that it's got to be a once in a lifetime season. But hey, that's what you get when you get a prize pool like that. John Murray with the Westgate with us, Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. John, we were talking about college football week number 1, some of these big games, a lot of them right around a field goal. Are you getting early bets on those? Any notable sharp action that you've seen on any of the big college football games, whether it be week 1 or any time this season?
You know what they keep betting us more and more every year is the Heisman Trophy. That, like, this time of year, we just take so much action on the Heisman. So we're taking all these bets on Manning, Arch Manning. And the guys are like, oh, don't worry, they're a dog in their first game. I'm like, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so they're like a 3-point dog week 1. If they win, he'll be like the prohibitive favorite to win the Heisman. And they're getting a field goal week 1. I mean, already I can tell you we're going to be rooting pretty hard for Ohio State the first week of the season. But I think we'll start to see a lot more of that the unfortunately named week 0 and week 1 action as we get into August. Right now, it's more of futures action, Heisman action, NFL MVP action, things like that in football.
I know we don't have much more time with you here. We have about a minute or so, and I can't wait for us to go to dinner next month in Vegas. But I had to ask about your guy, Caleb Williams. Joe has made this a very popular stat. The Bears have gone over the win total 1 time since firing Lovie Smith in 2012. You guys are dealing 8.5 on Chicago, juiced under, minus 130. Can the DC kid finally get the Bears over the total or what?
I think it's a combination of Caleb Williams, but I do think the Bears probably upgraded at coach as much as any franchise in the league. I'd say them and New England both made really significant upgrades at head coach. I think if they are better this year, it's going to be because they upgraded at coach. The guy they had the last couple of seasons was not an NFL head coach. Now they bring in a guy who is an offensive-minded guy. That's what Caleb Williams needs. The problem is, you know this, Sammy boy, that division's tough, man. Detroit, they're going to be really good this year. I don't know why Green Bay wouldn't be good. And I look at Minnesota's roster, big question mark at quarterback, but I like their coaching staff a lot. I think Minnesota's got a really good team. So where does Chicago go in that division? It's the same problem the local team out here has, the Raiders. I think the Raiders look better too, but where do they go in the AFC West? That's the problem the Bears have. That, my friend, is a non-answer to your question.
Go sign up for the college football contest over at the Westgate this summer when you're out in Vegas. VP of Race and Sports at Westgate, John Murray. Thank you, John. Always appreciate your time. We'll take a look at the Scottish Open next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Go for the ace on your next Wimbledon bet. Use this odds boost token to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. Only at BetMGM. This is the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM Network. You know, it is a fair point that you brought up, and I totally agree with just how difficult it is to win these contests. As we were talking with a few minutes ago, John Murray, Westgate Superbook. And if we're honest, we know why they're doing them. I enjoy following them. I enjoy participating until I'm eliminated in Survivor. But I think it's fascinating, the stories that come out and the amount of stress that goes with this. It's got to be unbelievable. Sportsbooks do it for attention because you're going to have to walk in or have somebody already there on site walk in to make the picks on a weekly basis. And it is free media attention. There are shows like this one. There are other networks. This network does it as well that ends up talking about it because it ends up being pretty fascinating. Ends up being a big story. And then when you get millions of dollars on the line, that's a big story. A lot of media coverage. That's why you do it, even in places that don't have any rake, which is all of them. And that's part of the allure right now. And people going out to Vegas, when they go out to sign up, they got to walk in those sports books, even though they're going to hire a proxy in most cases to make the bets on a weekly basis. I thought that was pretty cool, though, with what the Westgate is doing, getting it on the app, because that's the pain in the ass. If you live in Vegas, having to go there every week, or you got to pay someone to make your picks on a weekly basis.
The Nugget used to do the contest that way. It was college football. Actually, it was college football and NFL because Tony combined them. Tony Miller, who runs the Golden Nugget Sportsbook. And they allowed you to do 7 picks, all sides, NFL and college. So if you wanted to do 7 college, you could. And guys like Paul Stone would enter that contest and put in all college bets. Then you had some guys that would do a hybrid. They do 4 NFL and 3 college. But the trickiest part of that contest is that you physically had to go to the Golden Nugget and make those picks. So that was a lot of stress on people that lived in Vegas. So that's why a lot of people just started paying the proxies. So the proxy people would then go to the Golden Nugget. And that's why you started to see a lot of proxy people. Like I know you used Vegas Maddie for a long time, and I'm sure you still do. That's why Maddie added Tony, his friend Tony. So Tony Law and Maddie are spread thin because they now have to go to the Golden Nugget and the Westgate and the Circa. So these proxies started to add more people to go to different locations. Now, a lot of the places let you do it on the app, which is very easy on the proxies. Now, the proxies are still around. And every time I go to Vegas on a weekend in football season, I see Maddie somewhere. But a lot of these proxies can now sit at home and put them in manually on the app. Now, that's still stressful. If you have 1,000 players, you have to log in 1,000 times and pop in the proper picks and check and double check and all that. It's very stressful. I know that because I know a lot of the proxies. But imagine having to physically drive all the way downtown and go to the Nugget and put the picks in. It takes a lot out of your schedule. So I think Murray's dead on about having the ability to put these college football contest picks on the app. But understand, if you want to join these contests, and I got a couple texts about this earlier in the week, you have to physically go to Nevada and have your proxy there as you sign up, and then you then submit your picks to the proxy who puts the picks in. You cannot go to Nevada, join the contest, and make your picks from Illinois or Massachusetts or Texas or wherever. Those picks have to be submitted inside the geographical fence in Nevada. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. You have to physically sign up there, but you also have to have somebody inside state lines making those plays for you every single week.
So there are certain sports betting markets that just are highly successful, whether it's volume, whether it's what the fan base is. Like you think the state of Pennsylvania, the state of Illinois that I'm at, New York because of the size, and their fan bases. Of course, very successful when it comes to sports betting. Ohio as well. There's another. So based on the laws in this nation, you can't have these nationwide contests because every time it comes up, people ask, can I sign up from this state? Can I sign up from that state? As Sam just mentioned, no, you've got to be there. You've got to sign up in person. I wonder if these states did their own contests, how successful they would be. Because Circa and the Westgate are doing it mostly for customers, for attention, for media coverage. So these sports books, whatever state you're talking about, they're all fighting for customers. They still are. They're fighting for the attention. They're not giving out freebies like they did, but they're trying to keep you. If you ran a state contest, I think there would be a lot of people that would use your sports book maybe exclusively. The reality is that most sports bettors use one or two sports books. They don't have, 7, 8, whatever is allowed in your state. I do wonder if you have a state contest, how big would it be? And if you have that contest, that means they've got to enter the picks every week on the app. So they've got the app on their phone. I think they're likely to bet with your sports book much more often than they already do if you have a contest that they're in.
So you're saying like a BetMGM centric contest in Illinois or something like that?
Like one of these states, New York, Illinois, Pennsylvania, how big do you think it would get? It won't rival what's going on in Vegas with these contests, of course, but do you think it would be worth it? Could we get to, into six figures?
I hadn't thought about it. It's a very interesting question and conversation. The problem is you have so much diversity in terms of what books people use. Like if you could just do a BetMGM contest across the country, now we're talking. But thanks to the Wire Act, you can't do that. Yeah. You'd have to have them centralized by state. And you could thank Bobby Kennedy for that. So I don't know. Like if we did a BetMGM contest in the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth, I don't know how many people sign up. 500. Yeah.
Oh,
so at
really?
That point,
That's it?
I don't know. The reality is most rec bettors don't want to join contests because they want their decision ASAP. Mm. They want it in an hour. They want it tonight. They want it tomorrow. They don't want to tie up $500 for 6 months. So that's the truth. I mean, you ask people that are betting, $5, $10, $20, $25 a pop, they're not going to want to do a contest for $250 or $500 because they don't want to tie that up. But if BetMGM had the possibility to do a nationwide contest, pick 5 NFL sides, I think you'd get in the thousands easily, maybe 10,000. But in terms of doing it in the state of Illinois or the state of Ohio or whatever state you want to use, I don't know that the appetite is there because a lot of these people using the BetMGMs of the world are not betting big numbers. They're doing mostly parlays, and they want 4 guys to homer tonight or 4 guys to catch a touchdown pass or whatever. I don't think the appetite is there with the newer generation of gamblers. Guys in their upper 30s and 40s and higher, guys that we know and roll with, they're willing to go to Nevada. They'll fly to Nevada, sign up for contests. I'm going to do it next month. But a lot of these kids in their early 20s and early 30s, they want immediacy. They want it now. They do DoorDash because they don't want to drive to the drive-thru. They want it to be delivered to their house. They want it in now. They want it now, whatever it is.
It's a good point. I just think about my little old contest, and you know this by attending weddings and running into people. Like I'll get thousands of entries in NFL Survivor or whatever contest, March Madness one. So I think it could do well. But yeah, you're probably right. I think people get used to what they do every single year. They enter the same contest, whether it be a buddy, whether it be a work event, just one big one that they've always entered. And so why should I leave that and start doing a sportsbook one? Yeah, I know a lot of people in this contest. And that's always fun to talk about. Why do I want to get involved in a bunch of strangers? So that's a challenge too. And plus, you've got you do have national contests. They've found their way around it. You can't do it through a sports book, but through another website like Splash Sports, like that's exploded over the last year or two. There are a lot of options. So probably at this point, it would be difficult. I guess the allure for the Vegas ones is the millions and millions of dollars.
Which you're probably not going to win. How many entries did you have last year in not the Rich People League, in the other league? Do you remember, top of your head?
Oh, total.
Yeah.
I want to say the number 1,700 comes to mind.
That's a good contest.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. And it grows every year. So it should be at least a couple thousand. And there was a max of 3, I believe, on that one too. So that's the other thing. A lot of these, you get 10, you get 15, you get 20 entries. It's like, okay. All these sharp guys, they take all those right away. So that's difficult too when you're going against people that have 20 entries versus a single bullet. Joe O. Sammy P, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. So when it comes to the Scottish Open, I am seeing some people I respect that do pretty good in golf betting. They're taking shots this week. I don't know where you're at on this, but I understand why they're taking shots. It's big when it comes to some of the majors, and we know, especially like the Masters, but most majors, you're not going to go down the board and find a super long shot that's going to win. That is not the case when it comes to the Scottish Open. Like last year, a 40-1 bomb hit in Robert McIntyre. A couple years ago, Rory, one of the top favorites, he ends up winning. But it wasn't that long ago. We had 100-1 Minwoo Lee in 2021. Aaron Rai at 50-1 in 2020. So, yes, this is a big event. You have a lot of the top players in the world participating. But you can also find a nice price at 40, 50, even triple digits.
You're going to love this bet. I just checked a couple accounts to see what some of these guys are betting that are pretty good at this. First round leader. I would never even think this on my own, but this is a player that does pretty well at golf and at least is in the ballpark. Sami Välimäki. 125-1 first round leader.
Who's that?
That is in one of these accounts right now.
Take a shot. If you're going to take a shot for the entire tournament, why not at first round? That's what I always do. I mean, that's the only way that you have to play it. For first round leader, I'm never going to take one of the top favorites. Go down the board a little bit. Wow. And that's a respected one, huh?
Mm-hmm. This is a guy that had Justin Rose, and I didn't even think about Justin Rose. Remember when you said Justin Rose was at the Masters, first round leader? Mm-hmm. Wasn't he like 66-1 or something? It was in that account. I looked at it and thought, nah. But now here I am like, I got to bet Välimäki at 125. The brain works in mysterious ways, as you know. Every golf conversation that Scheffler's in begins with Scheffler. He's 5-1 to win this tournament. I'm not interested. McIlroy 10 at BetMGM. Fleetwood 20. Schauffele 20. There's Bobby Mack 22. So kiss the 40 goodbye that you got last time on Bobby Mack. But I'm going to take a couple pops at first round leader. Also understand, if you're betting the Scottish Open, this tees off after midnight at 2 a.m. East Coast time. So if you wake up tomorrow at 6, 7 in the morning, it's going to be underway because this is in Scotland. So 2 a.m. Eastern, that's the tee time, early on Thursday morning.
A name that is popping for me, where these are some bettors that I always take a look at what they're doing on a weekly basis, and a bunch of them have taken this golfer. I'm talking about Adam Scott, 55-1. He was the runner-up last year to Bobby Mack. You get a great price, and he's playing well. He's playing well in majors. Our friend Wes Reynolds points out he's finished top 20 in 3 of the last 4 majors, and he's won on links courses a number of times. So Adam Scott, for what it's worth, that's a number that's a bit of a bomb there in the 50s that a lot of respected golf bettors are on.
Okay, so I have to add some Adam Scott to my Valimaki, and I might stay up because guess who tees off at 2 a.m. Eastern? Valimaki. I might be up late tonight, Joe.
You are not.
Might
Were you
be
going to
up.
watch the whole round until the show starts?
Not the whole round. I might see how things start though, and if he stays hot, I will pull an all-nighter.
Yeah, it might be tough for you to fall asleep. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got lightning bets coming up on the other side. Maybe a little focus, Major League Baseball. We've talked a lot of college football throughout the show. Stick around. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Got lightning bets coming your way in a couple of moments. We'll see if we can back it up with Major League Baseball today. Bunch of afternoon games. That's what you're going to get on Wednesdays and Thursdays as they have the getaway. I guess those WNBA games that Jeff Schwartz is sweating, those unders, already in progress. I don't know where you can find them. Are they on Ion? I don't know. I don't know that they're even televised right now. But we'll get to our bets on the day coming up a little bit. Sam, are you thinking that you're going to make another 6-pack of chicken breasts today? What's on the docket?
No, I made enough yesterday. The problem is they were so good that I ended up eating almost 3 of them. So I try to make them Monday or Tuesday, and then I use them for the week, right? They last.
Yeah.
But these ones were extra juicy. I sprinkled the Gertz fairy dust on them because remember he said a couple weeks ago that a chicken breast done right is better than a chicken thigh. And I will say they were very, very good yesterday. But I do them in the oven. I do them about 400 degrees for 25 to 30 minutes. And you got to check them. You got to check them and make sure they're good. Because if you leave them in too long, they're dry.
It's done.
I sent the video to the thread. These things were wet. Put it that way. They were ready to go. And, yeah, I ended up eating 2 of them because I do about 5 or 6 and then I slice them. So as I'm slicing them, it's not bad to eat chicken breast. It's not like I'm eating chicken nuggets. Breast. I'm eating really high protein chicken. But I get excited when it comes out perfect. And it did come out perfect yesterday. So I was just throwing them in, just picking off chicken and pounding it.
There you go. Congratulations. How did you cook? So oven. So when I saw it, I wasn't sure it was oven because you smoke so much food this time of year. I was wondering, like, how did he season it? What did he end up doing? What did you season it with? What Gertz fairy dust did you find?
I've got this new seasoning. I'll be right back. Let me grab it. I'll show you. You're gonna love this.
Really? Okay. All right, we'll check it out. I'm very curious. So he had to buy something online. I mean, he's showing us his Royal Rumble Steve Austin winner from, I think it was 1998 online shirt that he was making the debut that still had a sticker earlier on in the show. So now he's getting the seasoning for the chicken breast that he used. Wonder if you could use it for a bunch of different stuff. What do you have there?
No free ads, but it is this new thing called cowboy butter.
Oh, I have that.
This is the best for chicken. So it's Dijon, butter, chili, and there's like minced onions in there. Very good. I put this all over, top and bottom, season all the way around, people. Come on. And then in the oven, 400. Check them at 25. If they're bigger, you got to go 30. And then I broil at the end for like 2 minutes. And they came out sensational.
All right, I know what I'm going to do. Well, that seasoning, the stuff that they sell, I usually just use for steak. I didn't think that would do well with chicken, but that's a good call.
Oh, it's probably the best chicken that I do, aside from the lemon pepper thighs, which I do on the smoker.
Those are better than what you made yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, that's your specialty. All right. Very good. Again, lightning bets coming up in a few minutes. So you pointed this out to me. I don't know what airline this is, but it's hilarious. So you fly a good amount. You're seeing people all over the country, whether it's Chicagoland area. I know you got a trip out to Vegas next month. You fly a good amount. Sometimes we're doing a Monday show after a Sunday night football game, and you're like, taking the red eye. You're just getting home. Like you turn around, you did a little work on the flight, and you're on the air. And you're usually hearing a baby cry the entire time, which puts you on edge. So you fly a lot more than I do. Can you try to explain what this new aircraft that one airline is putting out there is going to be doing?
It's a German airline, and they basically have introduced this plan with stacked seating. So if you think about a triangle and turn it upside down, where the 2 points are on the top and then the top point is now on the bottom, so it's like a 2-1 deal. This is how it looks aesthetically. And this airline, Chaselanga, I think I'm saying that right. Maybe not. Maybe Chasalanga, I don't know. They have introduced a triangle thing where and the picture has a man top left, a woman top right, and then a woman at the middle point on the bottom.
Bad.
The issue there is if whichever figure top left has been spending time at the White Castle or at Taco Burrito King and has a rough flight stomach-wise, that bottom seat is a danger zone. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah, really bad. Would you like to be on top?
It depends. It always depends, doesn't it? I'm not sitting in that seat where somebody could crop dust me on a transatlantic flight. No, are you kidding me? Talk about bad beats. And the picture that we have, the guy has this cheesy grin on his face, like he knows what's about to happen. And this poor girl is in the photo below, like, hi, has no idea the ramifications of Taco Burrito King.
And also, the back seat is about a foot from your face, right? Like, it's pretty tight quarters there. The cool thing about this design with the upside-down triangle, it's a good way to explain it, is that you basically have unlimited legroom, no matter where you are. Bottom, either top spot. See, I would go upstairs for sure. Like, if I'm riding the Amtrak, they have 2 levels. It's a train usually to the suburbs, goes to the city as well. By me, like, yeah, I'll always go upstairs as opposed to being on the bottom. I think that would be cool. But the one on the bottom, that's a terrible seat. It better be like a 50% discount if you're taking that seat. That's awful.
You are correct, though, in the graphic that we have. And if you want to check this out, it's, let's see how they spell it. Chaise, and then Longa, Longue. That's the airline, apparently. I don't know. I've never heard of it, but it's a German story. That's how you find the picture. It is sort of an awkward, it's not a perfect, what did they call it back in the day? It's not an equilateral triangle. The middle point on the bottom is definitely off to the left, which is right under the torso of the person sitting top left. So you have to see the picture to make it make sense and know that you would never, ever, ever want to sit in that bottom seat. But so many horror stories. You have to be careful when you say the word horror. 3 R's there. HORROR. Airlines are just so bad now because the flights aren't as plentiful. Some flights used to be like, Chicago to Boston used to happen like 6 times a day. Now it's 3 times a day. So it's more crowded than ever, man. And people on these planes are getting more disgusting by the minute. I'll tell you, just disgusting people.
Take my shoes off, wearing flip-flops to the flight. Yeah, some of the stuff people eat, and I'm going to decide to wait to eat until I'm sitting right next to you, till I'm on top of you. I'm going to make you watch me eat. Like, you have no option in this scenario. All right, lightning bets for today. Where are you going, Sammy?
There was a guy eating salmon on my last flight. Salmon.
Cold? Like, where'd he get it?
I don't know. Just
it's like out of a bag.
The smell of salmon is unforgettable. You know where it is, and you know where it's from. I am not afraid of this move. BetMGM is still running as we speak. St. Louis is out to $1.35 on Washington. I disagree with the move. I could be wrong here, but we've given you some nice plus money bets over the last couple of days, and I will give you Mackenzie Gore plus 120 I can give you now at multiple places. There's a plus 122 at Circa, a plus 124 at Superbook. So let's call it plus 120 on Mackenzie Gore, who should have a longer start for the Nats. No Davey Martinez to hook him in the 5th inning. Give me the Nats. I'm going against the move and taking Washington against St. Louis.
Okay. My plus money dog in baseball is Tampa Bay, plus 125 at Detroit. Littell with strong history there, 20 strikeouts, 1 walk against this lineup in 80 ABs. Look, I know it's tough to bet against the Tigers, but that's why you're getting this price. And I'll back the Rays. I trust them, especially the way that they've been playing. They're still in that race for the AL East. And then I will pair a couple of favorites. I don't want to lay $1.55 on the Dodgers after losing 5 in a row, but I think their losing streak ends today. I'm going to take Glasnow going up against Quintana. Let's go with the Dodgers. Glasnow's been great against the Brewers, by the way. And let's pair that with San Diego. I'm taking Cease over Fott. Look at the history. Positive for Cease, bad for Fott in these 2 matchups. So that's where I'm going to go. And if you want to go, you threw it out there, the idea of Toronto, I don't think that's a bad look either. Toronto looking for their 11th win in a row. They're facing the White Sox today.
I guess I should also regurgitate what I said in the last segment. Somebody much, much, much smarter than me bet Valimaki first-round leader at 125-1. Just passing that along.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I've already done it. Maybe. But that was a bet that I saw. You bet a very little amount to potentially win a lot. Valimaki, first-round leader, 125-1.
All right. Yeah. Something worth considering. I should say that Dodgers-Padres parlay is plus 182, if you want to take a look there. Man, the more and more you talk about it, I feel like I've got to bet Carson Beck because I don't think that 37 is going to be there since it's a rogue 37 out there. Have you bet it or no?
I have not. I need a paper ticket, so I need to get creative there. Go do it now because I want to get a paper ticket.
That's Sam. I'm Joe. Back tomorrow morning for a Thursday edition of Bet Sweats. We're here 9 a.m. weekdays on the BetMGM network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
We're off on hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. Always great to have you along. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we'll dig into what is next for the Joker, Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, and what we learned last night on quarterback with the second season debuting on Netflix. We're going to stay with the NFL in 20 minutes when we chat with Chris Swick from Yahoo Sports, and then it is our best bets coming your way at 8:40. Also, hello and good morning to our audience on Stadium. You can stream the final hour of our show on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Also, we're on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms as well. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And how about we start with a little basketball before we talk football, because now it looks like one of our guys, I think we're all Nikola Jokic fans on this show. I mean, I don't know many people who aren't. He's very easy to love because of his personality and just how great he is at the sport. So, according to the Denver Post, he is not going to sign an extension with the Nuggets. He can earn about $80 million more by waiting to sign next year. So he could sign for 3 years, around $212 if he wants to sign right now, or he can wait and sign a 4-year, $292 million extension next season. Regardless, he's going to average more than $70 million a year. I mean, he deserves it. Averaged a triple-double last season. 29.6 points, 12.7 rebounds, 10.2 assists. Shot almost 58% from the field. I would be tempted to say, just go ahead, grab that money. But you know what? It doesn't matter what happens this year. He's one of the best players to ever play this game. Has won the MVP multiple times. He is a world champion. So, ultimately, I think big picture, this is the smart thing to do, right? You wait and you just sign that max deal.
Yeah, and whatever the monetary amount is, the Nuggets need to pay him. Like, sometimes we have these debates in the NBA about if a guy is really worth the money that he's given. And at the end of the day, it's, you know, you're worth it if somebody's willing to give it to you. But I don't think anybody's going to be like, Nikola Jokic doesn't deserve to get paid $70 million a year. Like, everybody who sees what he brings to that offense knows exactly that he deserves every single penny. Like, it's wild, some of the stats that when Nikola Jokic is on the court, it's one of the best offenses in the NBA. When he's off the court, it's one of the worst offenses in the NBA. And we've seen what he brings to the offense, not just in scoring, but also some of the passes that he makes and just the presence that he has. Even when he's not scoring, like, you still have to put so many bodies on him that he makes your team that much better. So a true MVP in the sense of the word. You could have argued that he was the MVP this year. I feel like there's nobody in the league that is more important to his team, so he's worth every penny.
Oh, no question. He's a brilliant watch every time he's on the court, because you just don't see guys that big who look like they shouldn't be as deft as he is, and yet he's just remarkable. I mean, whether it's an amazing pass, him running the court, which is something to see. You know, he's on his tippy toes, essentially, a big guy. Whether it's hitting a shot from half court, I mean, he's one of the greatest to ever do it, and I'm so glad we get to experience him in his prime and throughout his career. And also, the Nuggets have quietly made some moves in the offseason to improve their team. They got rid of Michael Porter Jr., and you know, he was very helpful to the Nuggets for a while and then really faltered in the playoffs. So they sent him out east to the Nets for Cam Johnson. I like that. They brought back Bruce Brown, who was a member of their championship squad in 2023. And now, if you look at the odds, Chelsea, the Nuggets are 7-1 to win the NBA title. That's behind the Thunder. second only to the Thunder at plus 275. So with all of the shifting that has taken place in the injuries and the East, and even with LeBron and Luka out West and the moves that they've made, here we are.
Well, it was wild last year that they fired their head coach, like, a week before the postseason, and they still took the Thunder, the team that won the NBA Finals, to 7 games, despite a ton of injuries, and a roster that just didn't have much depth. So it's one of those things where, like, the potential is